Hello, good morning. May I ask for your attention, please? There will be a coffee break. Good morning, welcome back to the second day. I hope you are as fresh as yesterday. I lost a little bit of my fitness already, and I hope tomorrow morning I will still alive here. We have now a big session devoted to E-LAUTE. This has the simple reason that, as I explained yesterday, the idea to meet here in Basel was part of our planning for the E-LAUTE team meetings. We have every year a conference or team meeting. We have it in Munich and in Vienna and now in Basel because this is our last year of the project. And so this grew out, become something much more bigger and interesting. And however, we kept a little bit one session for showing a little bit what happened in these 2 years now. And I think there's a lot to present. And it looks perhaps a little bit confusing, a lot of people and not so clear titles, what will happen. But you will see at latest at 1 o'clock, lunchtime, you will be informed and delighted and so on. And Kateryna will lead us now for the next, until the coffee break.
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yeah, good morning, everyone. We begin our session with the E-LAUTE project, the new digital edition of Lute tablatures in German-speaking countries. E-LAUTE stands for Electronic Linked, Annotated and Unified Tablature Edition. You can find all details to the project on our 2 websites. One of them is the information websites. I would just like to remind you that we started the project in March 2023. The project is planned for 10 years as present, and until 2026 we are in the first founded phase of the project, in which we are working on tablatures from 1450 to 1550. We are 24 persons in 7 institutions and 3 countries. The other website is our edition website at the Austrian National Library. I will show it later. For now, a few words about the organization of our morning session. We do our presentation in a flexible way. We will take turns and give you updates in different parts of our project. I will start with our overall aims and challenges. Then, together with Christoph, I will show you the current results on our editorial platform. We just went online in July. After that, we will take a look at what makes these results possible, our work behind this platform, the new EMI scheme for the German Lute tablature, GLT, introduced by Reinier, and then our main editorial tool, EMI Friend, shown by David, and then we will take a look in our other tools shown by Reinier. Then we demonstrate the way how we actually work, our encoding and transcription workflows explained by Olja and Reinier. Then we will switch to the text edition because Stefan, who is presenting this topic, has to leave earlier. And next we will switch to musicians' perspective, working with tablatures presented by Silas and Irina. The next point is the editorial convention. The last point before the coffee break at 11 is a short conclusions of this part of the presentation and a short outlook on what's coming next. After the break, we will turn to audio recordings and the technical challenges of integrating them into the editorial process presented by Marc and Julia. Then we will look at our technical basis, data infrastructure and knowledge graphs led by the team of the Technical University of Vienna. And finally, Olja will present your PhD thesis on the tools for recognizing of embellishments in the Lute tablatures. After each block, we will give you opportunity to ask a short questions. A long discussion will start at 12:30. Some aspects of the E-LAUTE project are integrated in other sessions of the Lute days, for example, the database, which is also a central tool of E-LAUTE. We will discuss it this afternoon in the roundtable presented by Cordula Kropik and by me. Our main aim is to create a novel form an open access digital musical edition and knowledge platform as a space of interdisciplinary and discipline-specific work, a comprehensive edition in which scholarship and musical practice interweave and which also includes the user in the dialogue. Musicology, performance practice, German studies, because of text, IT and music informatics need to work together. The edition must achieve maximum usability, sustainability and consistency for both research and practice. It should be understandable and accessible for all user groups, and therefore it needs to include all notation formats, tablatures and common music notation, and to combine them. These tasks raised many of research questions and challenges. Encoding of the GLT, German Lute tablature, of the original GLT elements, not possible before E-LAUTE. It requires editors to have a deep semantic understanding of all musical elements, overview of the entire corpus of tablature sources, as well as understanding of relevant IT technologies, and necessitate new editing strategies and new consistent editorial conventions. We needed new tools and workflows, as well as new database, historical revision and reindexing, as well as implementation of the tablatures into Reason. It was essential the new online platform and the new technical infrastructure, allowing several people to edit one file at the same time and to connect our historical or performance research. One of the major challenges of the project has been, and still is, truly interdisciplinary work, where the same or similar questions have to be addressed from different disciplinary perspectives. For example, the semantic of tablature elements are not necessarily the same for computer scientists and musicians, just as terms concordances or genre often mean different things for scholars of German studies and for musicologists. Now let us look at our platform. From the home page, I switch to tablatures. You can achieve this platform via QR code or on the website at the Austrian National Library. At the moment, you can see here a list of tablatures we're currently working on. At the moment, only Judenkönig, the first one, is publicly available, visible. Here you can access completely contents of this tablature, which all incipits and all titles, the new E-LAUTE indexing, all the new foliation and pagination, references to other older catalogs and more. You can see here Brown, for example. In the description session, Judenkonig's tablature book is fully described, including metadata and relevant links to other databases and catalogs. The information for description and contents is exported from the database, which itself is not visible here. Through addition, you can access the individual entries in Judenkunig's tablature. These items are not just notation, but also text, paratext, and graphical objects. I will now select number 10. It's the song Wo soll ich mich hinkehren? Here, we can switch between different formats and compare them side by side on the left and right. First, I switch from diplomatic transcription on GLT, German Lute tablature, to ELT, Italian Lute tablature, and then to French Lute tablature, and to CEMEN, common music notation. On the left screen, I can select the diplomatic transcription and, of course, compare it on the right with editions, with GLT, ELT, and French Lute tablature or common music notation. I can also open the facsimile on the right. Under the facsimile on the right, you can zoom facsimile and you can switch to the piece you need. Under the text button, we display the text of the presumed vocal model for the lute intabulations. We plan to have the external sources occupy its own half of the right screen. For now, the external source is displayed and referenced within the main source, in this case, Judenkunig. So here you can see the transcription of the song text, Wo soll ich mich hinkehren? It is transcription, and you can compare that with the edition of this text, for example, on the right. And here we record concordances for the selected Judenkunig intabulation, understanding concordances to the intabulated vocal music in a very broad sense, as a vocal concordances, for example, here Forster prints, as text-only concordances without surviving music, for example, from the Bergrein song collection, and of course, as a lute concordances, lute tablature concordances. On the both the right and left, you can select the related entries, which may include vocal models for intabulation, presumed or possible. Vocal parts such as the bass or tenor, shown here. Reworking of instrumental models, and so on. With short comments, of course, provided on the right. The metadata button leads to an analytical summary of the selected piece. In this case, the song Wo soll ich mich hinkehren, and these summaries can be expanded or collapsed, also exported from the database. There are, of course, also text entries by Judenkunig. For example, number 7. Number 7 gives access to the transcription and edition of this text, which can be compared with the facsimile. And we have it as transcription and as edition. The research buttons and audio buttons are currently not visible, meaning that the audio components already exist in our repositories but are not yet linked or visible. So from here we begin to reveal the work behind the platform. Christoph, what needs to be done in the library to make this view visible? Oh. Yeah, and what is the current state of the work in the National Library, and why do we need the National Library in this project?
Hello. Yeah. Also, welcome from my side. My name is Christoph Steindl. I'm, as Kateryna mentioned, from the National Library, and together with my colleagues Martina Bürgermeister and Elias Kriasis, we are responsible for the. It's completely done. So I'll start to. Hopefully, we will be back up in a minute, and so together with my colleagues, we are responsible for the hosting of this digital edition. And so there is also the question why the Austrian National Library, why should we host this digital edition right here? And this is one reason is because the Austrian National Library maintains a sustainable infrastructure for digital editions, which was part of the DH strategy of the Austrian National Library from 2017 until 2021. Thank you. I go here. Which has been developed during a period where also there was an Austrian-wide project which was related to digital editions. Its name was CONDEC, Kompetenznetzwerk Digitale Edition, so Competence Network Digital Edition. And yeah, the Austrian National Library has already a big archive of already digitized materials. So it was the main intent was to opening up the resources that are available at the Austrian National Library. In general, I also want to give some background information about what is necessary to have a digital edition at this infrastructure. So it needs to be open materials, so there are no restrictions like, for example, copyright should be on the materials that are edited. At least some of the materials need to be from the Austrian National Library itself, so we are not hosting only editions from third parties, and it should support the core technologies used at the infrastructure. So like in this case, we had a lot of digital editions already from text side, like the well-known authors in Austria, but we extended the edition with music in this case. Yeah. And the basic setup is that we have a collaborative work between editors and technicians. We have some kind of a tool belt and software stack that we use for new digital edition projects, which help, example, for during the transcription process. The Austrian National Library also digitizes materials in case they are needed for the edition, and we also provide a basic setup and a basic file structure for new digital editions. And one main reason to have a digital edition like the E-LAUTE edition at the infrastructure is the sustainability part, and this is one thing I want to mention more in detail. As you can see here on the left, we have a collage from our digital edition project. You see similarities between these projects in design. So we have a reusable design for all of our editions. And these can be used by new projects, like we saw in the presentation from Kateryna. We have we used parts for E-LAUTE, and in general we try to use generic components that can be reused for later projects. On the right side, you see templates of these components that are where parts of the page are highlighted, which can be edited by the project itself. The other things stay more or less static. So like the basic layout stays static, but project-specific components can be edited. And another main thing is that we focus on using open technologies for long-term hosting. In general, we use the general Geisteswissenschaftliches Asset Management System as basic infrastructure for our digital edition platform. This GAMS infrastructure has been developed is developed at University of Graz. And extended with open standards and open technologies. We mentioned already TEI. Stefan will later dive into a bit into the details of the texts of the E-LAUTE project. We will have in a few minutes an overview about the music. And of course, we want to provide our data as it's called fair data, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. The data make it open to others and to reuse it in other contexts. And of course, we want to reuse proven and tested workflows. And I'm already at my last slide. I just wanted to give an overview about the challenges and benefits from the project to our infrastructure and vice versa. So as mentioned, we didn't have MEI-based materials before in our infrastructure, so it opens up our infrastructure quite a lot. But on the other side, the E-LAUTE project has become kind of a role model and a use case for future music editions. So we have something we can rely on and benefit from. Features that have been developed for the E-LAUTE project can be reused in other projects and vice versa. So highlighting features, web components that we have seen can also be integrated to other projects. And of course, we have a new target group with the E-LAUTE project. We are musicology. We didn't had this on the website before. So we are extending the visibility of the project and on the platform. So I think this is both sides benefit from this cooperation, and the interdisciplinarity aspect has already been mentioned also by Kateryna, and of course we can rely on the long-term hosting from the Austrian National Library for this project, which also is so that the project edition itself is available also after the project end. So these are the main challenges and benefits that I wanted to summarize, and I think this is in the end of the block 1. So you mentioned that there's time for short questions now.
I think we go into MEI presentation, and then we have time for this short question. So thank you, Christoph. Yeah. Christoph is the head of the digital department of the Austrian National Library, and we are very happy to work with the National Library. Thank you.
Yes, it works. No, I need. So yes, good morning. My name is Reinier de Valk. I'm responsible for talking about MEI model, also a little bit responsible for implementing it. As John said yesterday morning in introduction, we are all at the same level of stupidity, or some words like that, so I'll use this. There will be many people in the room who know already what MEI is, some maybe not know it, so I will just quickly go through it. It stands for Music Encoding Initiative, and it's a community-driven open source effort to define a system for encoding musical documents in a machine-readable structure. And it brings together specialists from various music research community in a common effort even to define best practices for presenting a broad range of musical documents. These discussions are then formalized in what is called the MEI schema, and this is basically a set of rules for recording all these characteristics, and is expressed as an XML schema. The schema is complemented by the MEI guidelines, which provide detailed explanations of all the components of the model and also best practices suggestions. So it consists of a multitude of modules dedicated to specific topics or repertoires. So very obvious from the names, we have MEI.cmn for common music notation, we have .mensural, .nums, a lot more, and then we have .stringtab. And this is the old name for the tablature module. It was originally, when it was included in MEI in 2012, it was only for very basic guitar tablature. So that's why it's only called string tab, but it will be renamed at some point to MEI tablature, because we also want to include organ tablatures, harp tablatures, voice tablatures, whatever you have. I mean, this is a bit discussion about how we will do this, but it will be renamed. And for all these different modules, there are sub-communities. Many of them have their own interest group. So we also have the tablature interest group. The aim is written down here. I'm just mentioning this here because this interest group is closely involved in the E-LAUTE project, although not always officially, but you know, people are in both, so it's a really nice collaboration. Then I will give you a brief history of this MEI string tab module. And this is a slide that we presented at the Music Encoding Conference in London in July or June, I don't remember, earlier this year. I will just summarize it, so I will not give you all the details. So, as I said, the string tab module was officially released with MEI version 2 in 2012, only containing minimal support for guitar tablature. Then gradually, over the years, several proposals were made for extending the model to also include lute tablature, and the focus was there initially on French and Italian lute tablature. I'm sorry, John, I'm using the old terms just for ease and consistency. And then eventually in 2020, we had a set of elements and attributes that are now the basic building blocks of, for encoding tablature. They were formally proposed, that is to say, they were not included in the schema yet. MEI was then version 4, if I found this correctly, in 2020. So here we see the state of the art in 2020. You see an encoding example of both fragments that you see on the right, or both renderings that you see on the right. And we see all these basic building blocks in use. And I hope that the names speak for themselves. Oh, it's actually readable, that's great. So this is an encoding of the upper right French tablature fragment. The Italian one at the bottom is exactly the same fragment as you can see, just Italian tablature. And if you look at this red arrow, it says notation type is tab.lute.French. If you change that into tab.lute.Italian, you get the bottom example there. And here we see, I will just very fast go through all these elements and attributes. So we have the notation type that I mentioned. It's on the staff dev, so it's developed, it's specified already high up in the piece. Then we have also the tuning, is also a child of the staff dev. Obviously, you can define the tuning. We can either just say tab.lute.renaissance, now I forgot the naming, or you can do it per course, which we are doing here, and you can even do it per string per course, but there was no space. Then a little bit down in the second half of the encoding, you see we have the tab group as a direct child of layer, and tab group is basically the name that we use for tablature chord. Then we have the tab dir sim and the note as direct children of this tab group. And tab dir sim is a specific element that we use to signify that there is a rhythm flag in the chord. It does not give any duration of this rhythm flag. That is actually specified in the dir attribute of tab group. As you can see here, the first one is dir equals 4. So this is a quarter note in MEI technology. And in this case, all the chords have a tab dir sim because they all have rhythm flags. And then finally, on note, we have tab.course and tab.fret. So as I said, with these building blocks, we can encode all types of French and Italian lute tablature, fretboard tablature, fingerboard tablatures, and only minimal changes required to switch between them. So I already said this with the red arrow. If we change this into tab.lute Italian, that's the only change we need to make. The rest stays the same. The semantics of those elements doesn't change, so we get the rendering. If you render this, you get the bottom example there in Italian tablature. It's all very straightforward. Then maybe you noticed that I haven't mentioned German lute tablature until now. And this changed when the E-LAUTE project was kicked off in 23. Here we have another slide from the Music and Coding Conference, even more detail. What is important now, that is everything that is in red text is related to E-LAUTE work. So in the course of, let's say, 2 years, 23 and 24, there were a number of workshops and meetings which saw a lot of proposals for extending the model to also include German lute tablature. And here the main challenges, there were many, many challenges, but the main ones were, we have a multitude of symbol sets, we call them symbol sets, so that means that different tabulators or authors or printers use different symbols for fret course interaction. So this applies mainly to the 6 chords. Most of you will know this. So Neusiedler has a different set than Judenkönig, who has a different set than Haeckel, sorry. So this needs to be fixed somehow. Second of all, this is the most obvious one, German lute tablature does not have a staff. Instead, the notes are just floating free, you can say, and we have to figure out a way to encode this and also how to organize this properly. And then the general challenge is to keep the logic, the semantic logic of everything that we change aligned with the other MEI modules and also the schema in general. So we ended up proposing another set of new elements and attributes now specific to German lute tablature. This was in the end of, it was actually also at the Music and Coding Conference in 2023, and we refined this in a further workshop in 24. And then I will introduce them in the next slide. In January 25, finally, so this is 13 years after the first implementation of the string tab module, it was incorporated in the MEI, which is now version 5.1. All these new changes were officially incorporated, and also the documentation was updated. So it took 13 years to get to this point where we can do this. It's really cool, but it took a long time. So the state of the art now for all 3 of them, Italian, French, and German, it looks like this. It's the same example piece now in its original form there in German lute tablature, from the facsimile and also rendered with Verovio in the bottom as German lute tablature. We see only 2 important new attributes here. We see, so the top half of the code is basically the same. Oh, I should say, we see lines equals 3 there. That's the left red arrow on the top. And lines in this case does no longer mean the lines in the staff as it does before, but it now means we gave it kind of a different meaning. It means the horizontal strands that you can see in the tablature. In this example here, you can see 3. So we have basically 3 rows in which the notes are organized. This is an example of this matrix tablature that John mentioned yesterday. One example. And then secondly, we have the tab align thing there on staff def, and it's set to bottom here. The default would be top, and bottom means that the symbols rest on the bottom line. So everything is pushed down. If you have top, everything is pushed up to the upper line. We will see another example in the next slide. There were some more specific things which I will skip now. And again, there's almost no change required to the code, to the encoding to switch from the fretboard tablature to this German lute tablature. We only basically have to change these top 3 arrows, these elements, that's it. The rest remains the same, as you can see in the bottom arrow. The chorus and the fret, the notion, exactly the same as before. So that's really minimal effort. And here we see another example, a little bit more complex. I would actually really call this matrix tablature. So here we see something, a little fragment from Sebastian Oxenkuhn, who makes a point of really organizing his symbols in these vertical lines. And as far as I understood, we are not really sure what that means. It's very likely that this is some kind of voice leading, but it's not really clear. But it needs to be encoded, and we need to retain this information. So what do we do here? We have obviously 4 lines now, and we have, oh, I lost my notes. Now we have on the note, as you can see in the red arrows, we have this tab dot line. And you can specify for each note on which of these 4 lines it is. I forgot to say in the previous example, it was this alignment was specified globally for the piece. Now it's specified locally, so you can do, for each note you can actually say this line it should be on, which is what we're doing here. So you have this per note vertical organization, and this is, I'm not sure if I should say this is only visual, it has no semantic meaning, but we're actually not sure about that. I will leave this to the specialist to decide. But it is fixed, as you can see in the rendering of the MEI of the fragment there on the bottom. And then secondly, suppose you want to interpret these lines as voices, then you can also fix that in MEI. It's not in the example, but there's an element, an attribute that's called tab.layer. So you can also add, you specify first the number of layers in the staff def, where each layer would be a voice, and then you can put on each note, you can say tab.layer equals, and then the number of the layer, which is 1 to 4 in this case. And then finally, I've mentioned it a few times already, but we can render this encoding in Verovio, and here you see how this looks when you do it through MEI Friend. This implementation of rendering German Lute tablature in Verovio is with a lot of help from Paul Overall, who I would like to thank. Maybe he's looking, so thank you very much. It's really fantastic. And David will now take the word and talk about MEI Friend, which you see a screenshot of here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reinier. Sorry. David Weigl, University of Music and Performing Arts, Vienna. MEI Friend, exactly. So MEI Friend is a browser-based editor for music encodings developed by myself and my colleague in Vienna, and incorporating many contributions from the MEI community. And we've extended it as part of the E-LAUTE project. We conceive of it as a last-mile editor for music encodings. What does that mean? Well, it's kind of a bummer to have to write MEI from scratch. It's somewhat labor-intensive. And so there's software like MuseScore or Phronimo for tablatures, or in fact the Retab editor we saw yesterday, it's really exciting, which is very well suited as a way of getting notes on the page, as it were. And we then see MEI Friend as a tool for the final cleanup. So you take files produced by these other tools, import them into MEI Friend, convert to MEI with MEI Friend if it's necessary, and then use it to clean up any conversion errors, which are usually inescapable, as well as to do enrichment in various ways of these encodings. MEI Friend aims to be user-friendly. It has a graphical interface. Here you can see the manipulate menu, which shows various manipulations that can be done on music elements. You can see each of these items has a keyboard shortcut as well. So users that work a lot with MEI Friend can get very efficient in its use. It has an integrated GitHub support. GitHub is a sort of social network for code, if that makes sense. It comes in very useful when many people are working on the same file, as is the case in large projects such as ours. And MEI Friend supports it natively, so you can use it to read and write from GitHub in a versioned sort of way. And finally, we have support for different types of enrichments through a dedicated panel. including annotations and scholarly markup. I'll show you demos of that now, but first I just wanted to mention the LuteConf web UI, which we have also implemented as part of E-LAUTE. LuteConf is a fantastically useful tool, also developed by Paul Overall, who I would also like to thank for this great service. It's a command line utility which can be used to convert between different file formats for tablatures, from Phronimo or Fandango or Musik-XML or Tabcode, and a host of others into MEI. It's very useful, but it's a little bit tricky if you're not familiar with the command line. So we've taken this and put it onto a web service. So you just need to go to this website and you can use all of its features from there. You can see the address down here. And we've also integrated it with MEI Friend because it lives on the web. It's very easy to do so. So now you don't have to worry about it at all. You can just open your Phronimo file in MEI Friend directly. And I will now show you some videos showcasing its functionality. So here we've got the two main panels of MEI Friend, the graphical score rendered by Verovio on the left and the MEI XML on the right. You can see I can select on one side and have that same selection on the other side. These two panels are synchronized. We've got the manipulate menu with various options of making changes graphically. We've also got the ability to insert music elements. So now I'm going to select some notes here, go into the tab group, and make some changes to the rhythm symbol. So we've gone from a flag to a stem, back down to a single flag, and to a double flag. As you can see, we can make these sort of changes without touching the XML. It's quite helpful when you're working with these encodings. That's the same video. Here is an example of the GitHub integration. You can see on the top left that I'm logged in with my name here. If I click on this, I can see our E-LAUTE GitHub repository for the Judenkönig source. Here we have subdirectories for each of the pieces in the source. I can navigate into it. Here are all of the various encoding files we have for this piece. And I'll click on this FT3 file, which is a Phronimo file, and it transparently converts into MEI using this LuteConf tool I mentioned earlier. And finally, I wanted to show off our enrichment panel. First, we have a facsimile viewer built into this editor, so you can see what you're encoding conveniently. And we have this dedicated panel for enrichment. You can select the person responsible, as well as how exactly you want to apply your markup. And then you have access to all the different choices for editorial interventions supported by MEI, which are just buttons you can click to apply them into the encoding. We also have a list of all of the annotations and markup within this particular encoding. We can use it to navigate to the right place, and we can render it in the score. So we can see here the text that's been associated with an annotation, or we can switch between the regularized and original encoding. That's that. So I don't know if we stop for questions now, or if we keep...
Yeah, I think we have 2 minutes for short questions. 2 minutes. We have a long discussion later.
We also have some exceedingly attractive stickers for your laptop, so talk to me if you want some stickers. Yeah. Anyone? Otherwise we move on. Understandably. Sure.
We can go on, yeah. Okay, then René, yeah, we're going to next point, other tools.
So I will overwhelm you a little bit more with some tools. I should also have made some of these fancy videos, but I didn't think of that. So if you want to see the stuff that I'm talking about now live, you can just come to me afterwards and I can show it on my computer. So digital tools for processing and analysis. What we have started to develop for E-LAUTE is this toolbox app tab for computational processing and analysis of music written in Lute Tablature. It is written in Java, Python, and Bash, maybe not so interesting here. And it's developed in the context of E-LAUTE project, of the E-LAUTE project, but it builds on several existing components from previous research that I have done over the years. It goes back as far as 10 years, I think. It's multi-modular and extensible, and it's designed as a portable command line tool. So you have to run it from your command line. It runs both on Windows and Mac, as far as I have tested. It has so far four different modules. We have the converter, the transcriber, the tab mapper, and the analyzer. And I will really briefly discuss each of them right now. So the most basic and possibly least interesting one is the converter. I basically wrote it for myself. It's only to convert encoding formats into and from the native encoding format that AppTab uses. It looks also really old school, as you can see there in this screenshot. It's even older than 10 years. But it does complement LuteConf because LuteConf does not yet support this native format for AppTab. And really handy, it contains a simple editor where I can just encode and view and import stuff. And this is 1,000,000 times worse than MEI Friend, of course, but it's also 1,000,000 times older, so this is my excuse. More interesting is the transcriber, which, as the name says, transcribes tablature into common music notation. It outputs MEI and MIDI, where MIDI is mostly useful for computational music information retrieval analysis, but MEI is what we're using in the project. And what is interesting is that the user has, I don't want to say full control, but a lot of control over the layout. So you can decide on the tablature type that you want to transcribe it into. The example that you see here doesn't show the tablature, but you can show the tablature below it or above it. How many staves you want and stuff like that, and also about the content of the transcription. So you can choose the key, you can choose the tuning of the piece, all that can be specified. And then important to say is we have two types of transcription. We have the polyphonic one, which you see at the bottom, and we have the diplomatic one, which uses this project-specific notation that we called note-head notation, and that was actually already criticized a little bit by Andreas Schlegel yesterday, so that is great. We have people talking about it. And what this does, it tries to capture as objectively as possible the content of the tablature. So we don't want to give any information about note duration apart from the rhythm flag. We don't want to give any information about voicing, also not any information about voice leading. Did I just say that? Yeah. We only have pitch and chord duration, which is, the pitch is of course based on the tuning, which we know. Then this polyphonic transcription is based on previous research into voice separation. So we have these machine learning models that manage to assign the different notes in the tablature to voices. And these work fine, but not perfect at all. So this is actually cleaned up. No, actually maybe this example there the model did fine, but in most cases we have to clean up a little because these models make mistakes. And this also means these transcriptions are not, we're not saying here is an automatic transcription, this is the end product. No, it's a suggestion for an editor, and they can take this and make their own changes, basically just to get an idea of the piece maybe, or to speed up the transcription process. It's really a tool. Then a third tool is the tab mapper, which maps the relation between intabulations, so in arrangements of vocal pieces, and their vocal models by simply superimposing the tablature notes onto the vocal model notes. And it again outputs MEI, MIDI, and also CSV, so comma-separated values for further analysis. And again, the user has control over the layout and over the content, similarly as in the transcriber. And what we can do, you see actually an example of what this looks like in MEI on the right side. So we see the vocal model on top. Then in the middle, we see what the tab mapper has done there. And on the bottom, you see the notes that are the tablature. So the middle one is basically a transcription of the tablature at the bottom, but taking the voicing from the model to determine the voices. And everything that is colored are notes that are not in the model or that are altered in the model. I will not go into detail, but if you want to know more, you can ask me. And this enables, so this approach and the output files enable statistical analysis of the results, which can inform us about, for example, intabulation style or all kinds of lute musical practices such as ornamentation. Olja will talk about that later. musica ficta, how do we see that back in the lute arrangement, and how are the vocal models adapted? And this is also based on previous research. And then finally, this is the analyzer module. This is the newest one. I've been saying this for almost a year, that this is the newest one, and it hasn't really changed. But it is meant to analyze tablature, either transcribed or just raw tablature, and to visualize all these analyses. And currently it contains several ad hoc functionality things, like research into voice crossing or voice range, very simple statistical things, or extraction of ornamentation and then seeing what we can do with them. But we are planning to build on existing research for music in symbolic and in audio format. And for example, we want to really look into pattern matching or motive detection, classification, or maybe detection of ornamental figurations, and also cadence detection are things that we have planned. There are many, many more, but these are the three that come bubbling up all the time. So this is just the start, I would say. The toolbox is in full development always, and if module 2 of the project gets funded, which we all really, really hope, we plan to do a lot of new stuff here. We want to expand and refine these existing modules. We want to really flesh out this analyzer module that you just saw by developing custom tools for E-LAUTE, specific research questions. So this is what you could call this use case driven development. And we actually planned this into the separate pilot study in the module 2, computational analysis. We also want to add new modules. Also on the list has been optical tablature recognition for a long time. This is already very progressed. There's very good progress on optical musical recognition, so there's really no reason not to adapt this to tablature. And then finally, we want to integrate this toolbox in the E-LAUTE web environment, similarly to how this is done with the LuteConf that David just talked about. Maybe this is already ongoing. I keep forgetting that. I should actually ask David. Yes, that was my last slide. I think it's time for questions now.
Yeah, thank you very much. 1 minute or 2. Very short questions.
Needs a microphone for the streaming.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is about, first, the link to access AppTab, please.
Oh, is it not on the slides? Terrible.
I missed it.
It's not on the slides. Okay, I'll give it to you.
Thank you. And secondly, my question is about the transcriber. So it is a part of AppTab or it's another tool?
It's part of the toolbox.
And how can, is it possible to insert MEI files to it directly? Yes. Or it's, okay. And then is it possible to integrate it in on another website or database? Some kind of link?
How do you mean?
I mean, sorry. You want this? Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry, Annie, if I may. So we're planning to wrap these tools that were presented as part of the toolbox in our web environment. So like the LuteConf tool, they'll be available as an API, which you can call from external places. Yep.
My question. Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, just speaking as someone who's literally just finished putting 121 pieces into MuseScore, I'm just wondering the extent to which you're talking to the software companies that are, this is fantastic stuff for the fine tuning and for the fine encoding, but I'm just wondering, is anyone talking to the software companies to see if you can kind of align the functionality, because most people are actually going to be out there using MuseScore, Sibelius, Finale, whatever it is, which are by and large have pretty good, at least for French and Italian tab. I'm just wondering, because that could be coming from a software company background myself. I'm sure they'd be open to these conversations. If I don't know if they're actually. I'm just asking if you're talking to them.
I'm not the right person to answer this. I don't know who should answer this. I can only tell David again. Yeah.
David.
I think I'm about to say what you were about to say, which is in the recent MuseScore release, I can't remember the version number now, but about half a year ago or so, there is now officially support for MEI export, which is great, and which is something the community has really wanted for a long time. It is limited to something called MEI Basic, which is a subset of MEI. The problem is that there's a bit of a mismatch between what MEI really wants to be for and what something like MuseScore really wants to be for. I feel slightly on dangerous territory to tell people what they want, but MEI aims to be a really broad semantic capture of musical meaning, of music scholarly enrichment, and MuseScore and the other commercial software tend to aim for visual consistency, beauty, portability, these sort of things. So it's very slightly not misaligned, but different priorities. And so that's why there's been this sort of gap, I think. And so this is a fantastic first step that MuseScore can now export as MEI Basic. Otherwise, tools like Verovio and MEI Friend, which wraps Verovio actually, enable converting from music XML, which most of these tools export, to MEI. But then there's always the need for correction and fixing, and yeah. Yeah, I hope that answers the question. Yeah.
So we should switch to our next point. Thank you very much. Yeah, our next point is workflows.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Olja Janjuš. I'm a PhD student of E-LAUTE project in Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich. And I'm going to present you also my PhD topic, but later today. And today, now I'm going to present you a little bit our workflows. So we begin with our typesetting in Phronimo software. If the sources are available in some of the public databases of Lute music encodings, the editors use these files and adapt them to project-specific guidelines, which are also going to be presented later. Usually a diplomatic transcription is encoded first, and after the typesetting we convert it into MEI format using the Paul Overall's Lute converter that is integrated in MEI Friend. Then, if necessary, we make a copy of initial file and edit to correct obvious mistakes or complete bar lines and fingerings. These files are then processed in two ways. So we first convert it into MEI format, tablature format, just like the diplomatic transcription. And second, we send it to a transcriber module of app-tab toolbox, which automatically creates a draft for a polyphonic transcription in common music notation. Before this module existed, or before we implemented it into our workflow, we would manually typeset common music notation editions directly in MuseScore software, and this approach is not yet completely abandoned, but now at least we have something semi-automated, which greatly speeds up the transcription process. So if the file was edited in MuseScore, the file is then converted via Musik-XML format in MEI Common Music Notation module. And these three files then, so the diplomatic transcription in tablature, addition in tablature, and addition in Common Music Notation, are further edited using MEI Friend. We add markup where necessary, as you saw in David's presentation. And after this process is complete, the final conversion to diplomatic transcription in Common Music Notation, which was presented just now, also known as notehead notation, is performed using transcriber module of the app-tab toolbox. So the most important encoding steps are performed directly in MEI Friend. And as demonstrated before, we do it with the help of all these tools that are available. Each project staff member has assigned an identifier, and that's how we know who is working on which piece, and these are specified in an MEI header, the first part of MEI file. This allows us to reference the markup to the person who was responsible for the changes. For example, the fingering has been completed by the editor, our Irina, and her XML ID is an element that can be found in a responsibility statement first, in the title statement of a header, and then matches the XML ID of the element of this addition element. And that is how I know that it was Irina and, for example, not Silas. Also, facsimile of the corresponding folio is linked here in MEI header, and then we include it to the section which we are working on, and so the MEI friend also knows on which page we are, and when we switch the pages, also the facsimile is automatically switched. And this also saves a lot of time for editors because they automatically have a facsimile in front of them if they have to check something. So the last step, addition step, is the pre-release process. All music encodings or MEI files are stored and as references in TEI container. Maybe that will be talk a little bit about that later. And all these containers represent each source, whether it's a print or manuscript. And before the merging process begins, a proofreading takes place, and it's based on 6 eyes principle. During the merging process in the TEI container, the rest of the metadata from the E-LAUTE database is injected to the MEI header, so we don't have to do it manually. The only thing that editors have to do manually is add their personal IDs. And these are the final editing workflows before the file is then automatically tested, before the source is ready to be released. And our technical team from the Technical University Vienna is going to talk about this in this afternoon. Thank you. Are there any questions, or can we move on?
Yeah, I think we switch to text edition, and then we have time for some questions. Thank you very much, Olja.
So hello everyone, my name is Stefan Rosmer. I dealt with the text parts of the E-LAUTE in the last 18 months together with Cordula Kropik from the University of Bayreuth. I won't go into technical details so much of the TEI files, but if anybody has any questions, I'm very happy to show the file. The file is already available on the homepage, so I'm open for any questions of this part. It's more the basic question, why there are text parts on a edition platform that edits lute music? Where are there even texts? Kateryna has already shown the functionalities of the page. So if we take a look at these 2 screenshots from the beginning of the texts in Judenkönigs lute primer, the German lute primer, not the Latin one. On the top, we see the facsimile with the transcription view, and the screenshot below shows the facsimile with the edition view. The 2 text versions differ slightly. In the edition, for example, you will find some corrections of obvious mistakes, such as obvious printing errors or such as missing words. If we scroll to a lute piece, the view is a little bit different. For the music, you can choose between the different notations and editorial presentations, like German lute tablature or common music notation, or Italian lute tablature, and so on. But you will find here also a tab called Text on the very right-hand side. It is marked green on this slide. And this tab brings us to editions of the lyrics of the song, which are entabulated in Judenkönig. In this case, we find a lute piece titled Wohl kommt der Mai, which is a 2-voice entabulation of a German song. The lyrics and the polyphonic setting can be found in printed and handwritten songbooks. The lute book itself does not contain the lyrics. We present the text here on the platform, the text of the song from one of Ott's songbook from 1534. So, depending on the type of the text and the entry in the source, there are basically 2 different answers to the question, why does the Lute tablet edition need edited texts, and why were German literary studies even involved in this project? The first answer, I suppose, is rather obvious. With regard to the instructional texts, which are found in the E-LAUTE sources, and in the planned second module there will be Gelder and Neusiedler and others which contain texts, the answer is obvious. If we want to give an adequate representation of the sources that contain texts and present them in their entirety on the platform, then we have to make the texts available on the platform as well. Just as we offer different types of transcriptions and editions for the music, we do not only show the facsimile, but give 2 different edited versions of these texts. Text editions are also necessary, Olja has already mentioned it, because the TEI files are a technical requirement of the project's infrastructure. The TEI files represent the source as a whole, while the MEI files only represent the single musical pieces. In addition, providing the text offers more possibilities for the users of the platform and for our research. We are making these texts more easily and online available for musicians and musicologists, and maybe also for linguists or scholars of German language history. And we also do work on solutions to integrate MEI and TEI files, or MEI and TEI encodings. Since a TEI file has to be created for every source, these files can later be enhanced with relatively little effort, and the platform can step by step offer more functionalities. For example, we could later add a glossary which explains technical terms of playing. We could integrate the translation into English into the TEI files and show the translations on the platform later. For example, you can't access that yet on the homepage, but for the Latin Judenkönig Introductio, there is a German translation already part of the TEI file. We can give explanations of diagrams, and such as the lute necks and the tables with German lute tablature symbols and solmization syllables and so on. So this is our technical possibilities of creating the TEI files. We might also include notes on initials and woodcuts by art historians or scholars of printing history later. The second answer refers to the lyrics which we present on the platform. Here the answer is a bit less obvious, because in most cases the lyrics themselves are not part of the lute books. Actually, we do have lute books that contain song texts, but not the song text of the entabulated songs, but just from a different song. On the one hand, there's the concept of the E-LAUTE platform as a knowledge base, not a mere edition. And the knowledge base shall not only provide the lute pieces, but enable the users to study and reconstruct the context of these pieces, compare different musical settings, etc. Therefore, concordances for the music and the text are collected in the project's database and are made available on the platform. We will hear more about it in the afternoon from Kateryna and Cordula. On the other hand, am I too far? Yeah, sorry, didn't switch the slide. Should be here now. On the other hand, genuine research interest from German literary studies comes into play. Working for the E-LAUTE offers the opportunity to create a first base for an online catalogue of German song in the second half of the 15th and the 16th century in all its different media types, not only polyphonic settings or recordings of the text without music. Such a comprehensive catalogue is a desideratum in German studies. In the case of entabulated songs, the model was obviously a song, and thus a media which consists of music and text equally. Presenting an edited text from one source makes at least clear that at some point in the history of this piece, a text played an important role. Vice versa, the texts on the platform are embedded in a musical context, which makes it harder for philologists to ignore the musical side, for those philologists who hopefully will use the platform as well. Furthermore, the links to digitized part books make the polyphonic versions of the song easily accessible, and providing an edited version of the lyrics on the platform makes it also easier to perform a lute piece as a song if musicians wish to do so. So that was a very quick overview why we do edit text on our platform. For questions, do we have time now? Yeah, okay. We have time for some quick questions. Yeah, if there are questions on the technical parts, I will answer them as well.
No questions? Okay. Then our next point is we show the working with tablatures, and Silas will going to demonstrate it.
Okay. Yeah, for giving you a short insight into the edition process in MEI, I chose the intabulation on Das Meitlein, das ich meine, from the famous Blindhammer manuscript. It is not only a great example for showing you some more or less difficult cases of encoding all the problems that old manuscripts entail to nowadays readers or digital editors. It is also a precious piece of music documenting the professional style of a highly skilled lute player and composer. As you heard from Olja, an edition starts with transcribing the music in the tablature editor Phronimo. This program is a very useful tool for typesetting the music, but the possibilities of generating editorial markups and making a critical computer-readable edition in today's standards are very limited. Therefore, the MEI file that is automatically transcribed from the Phronimo file has to be modified, and all parameters that are missing in Phronimo itself or that get lost in the automatic transcription have to be added by hand. That starts with complementing the MEI head. Information like the edition type, the original and normalized title, references to the source and related persons are taken from the E-LAUTE database. But also editorial comments and general remarks are given in addition and revision statements. In this example, I quoted that the symbols of the sixth course are displayed different than in the source, because in our first MEI scheme of German Lute tablature, only one set of symbols for the sixth course is enabled. We are working on implementing all the other variants in future, and when this is done, it will be changed also in our current files. The other thing I'm mentioning here is referring to both the title and a little remark on the left margin. The title is telling us that now a Kontrapunkt on Das Meitlein, das ich meine, is following, where the tenor of the song is reworked in the cantus of the intabulation. It is im Abzug, which means that the sixth course is tuned one tone lower. On the left margin, just before the beginning of the piece, a fermata with the indication perfekt nach Lautenart, perfect in lute style, is written, probably meaning that in this piece, fermata signs are not giving rhythmical information or symbolizing a longer sound of the chord, but showing where the tenor is interwoven into a new composition. This elaborate procedure is proven by comparing the intabulation with the original tenor lead. You can find it in Georg Forster's collection of German songs under the title Drei Laub auf einer Linden. The third strophe bears the text of the title of this piece. The tenor isn't set as an obvious cantus firmus, it gives just a rough direction for the melody or some hidden traces on sometimes really weak beats. Curiously enough, the composer is repeating the stepwise movement to the antepenultima of the first phrase 3 times, which adds to the impression that the tenor is just a loose inspiration for creating an artful new composition. Back to the code, more information regarding the piece has to be added. For example, the reference to the facsimile, the notation type and alignment, as well as the tuning of the lute. Here I stayed with the usual tuning in G to match the pitches of the tenor, but I changed the tuning of the sixth course because of the Abzug. The first bar hasn't special things in it. You can see a PB element, page beginning element, referring to the facsimile, and a directive element at the end of the measure, indicating the folio number at the beginning of each new folio. Only the fermata signs are a little bit special because they are related to single notes in the cantus instead of a whole tab group. At the end of the first system, we come across the first problem of encoding old tablatures in MEI. A system break in the middle of a bar was very common to save space, but unfortunately this isn't that easy in MEI. Verovio isn't supporting a system beginning in the middle of a bar, so in order to resemble the correct system breaks in our edition, like in the source, we had to divide the bar into two measure elements. Because that isn't correct from an encoding semantics perspective, we decided to put this measure into a choice element in which the ORIC element is displaying the right system break and the rec element is showing the correct encoding. There are other examples of such solutions with a choice element when Verovio isn't supporting the usual encoding, such as OSSIA variants. Another important benefit of a critical edition is the editorial markup, which documents additions, deletions, and corrections of scribes, as well as damages of the source. In bar 6, you can see a deleted note, which can be addressed to a certain scribe if known. Here, the scribe is unknown. In bar 8, some notes are missing rhythm symbols and are therefore marked as unclear with the reason omitted rhythm sign. A controlled vocabulary for unclear and damaged elements can be found in our guidelines. Based on the diplomatic version, a second file for the edited version is created. In this version, all the deleted notes by the scribe are removed, all additions and corrections are already integrated, and the system breaks are set in a regular, good readable way. This also enables further decisions by the editor, for example, correcting wrong notes, adding missing symbols, or unifying the alignment or the grouping of beams. For example, the last chord in bar 13 is missing a rhythm sign, and the lowest note is dissonant in the original. Therefore, a semi-brevis flag was added, and the lowest note was changed from 1 to F. Because corrections by editors are encoded with a choice element, with SIG for the original variant and core for the corrected note, the original information doesn't get lost, and both can be clearly displayed in colors. In this particular example, the possibilities of a separate edited version is especially useful because it gave me the opportunity to replace the fermata signs on each note with coloring the notes of the tenor red, an approach that is also used in some prints of viola music, like in this example of an intabulation of Josquin's Missa Hercules Dux Ferrarie by Diego Pisador. I did this not only for the sake of better readability, but also because the semantically incorrect use of symbols that are made and encoded for something different bears some problems in MEI. This is more obvious in the following piece, Christ ist erstanden, a piece which features a similar virtuosic style of recomposing a tenor, but this time the tenor is spread on all voices, and therefore fermata signs are also placed on notes in the middle of a chord. This again can't be displayed correctly in MEI, so the change to coloring the tenor notes seems to be a good solution. And I think we have maybe half a minute for playing the example I showed earlier. Then you can also hear something. Maybe I showed the score to you. Maybe you can recognize the tenor of the song. So the tenor of the song, I will shortly play it. now Irina Döring will continue with some more examples of another piece.
Thank you, Silas. It's so nice to hear how our tablature sounds. And hello, everyone. My name is Irina Döring, and I'm project staff 17, as we've heard before. And I'm going to show you a little less complex example, as we've heard before. This is from the Jakob Turner Lute book. It's the piece Es ist ein Schnee gefallen. Then, at first sight, it looks rather simple and easy to read. At second sight, however, there are a few things that are not that obvious to edit. A thing that catches the eye is, for example, that the piece has no bar lines. This is a thing or a difficulty that occurs in many of our pieces, and we have decided to give such pieces a bar structure that is visible in the edition, but invisible in our diplomatic transcription. The reason for this is comparability, because as a consequence, both edition and transcription have the same bar structure. Let's have a look at this. In this piece, a division into 2 semibreves per bar can be identified. This is not just obvious when we simply look at the facsimile. My decision is based on 3 points. So, firstly, where do I feel the strong beats when I play the piece? Secondly, is there any concordance or a vocal model? And thirdly, is there any secondary literature, or has someone edited the piece like before? In this case, there is a song as a model and an edition that was made in 1971 by Rudolf Flotzinger. And first I finished my edition, my interpretation, and then consulted the edition. So Flotzinger also drew bar lines after 2 semibreves, and that supports, in this case, my interpretation. We don't always agree, but here we do. Anyhow, once we've decided on a certain time signature, we apply it in both the edition and the diplomatic transcription. But in the transcription, we encode the right side of the bar as invisible, as we can see here. So at second sight in the piece, it becomes apparent that the rhythmic interpretation is not entirely obvious. Basically, there is often a mix-up in the whole manuscript between semibreves and minimas. Here, for example, we see that after the repetition sign and after the second fermata, we basically have the same musical phrase with only a small variation. Here, decently marked in green. But the first time, the section begins with semibreves, and the second time with minimas. So in such cases, we use the choice element. Silas has also talked about this before, because this element basically allows us to record 2 different versions. On one hand, sic, and as it is in the source, and on the other hand, core, or edited or corrected version. Here we see sic with the rhythm signs as they appear in the source, and they're rendered in red. In the edition, also, as Silas mentioned, we apply the system breaks in a sense that makes that is easy to read for the interpreter. And now, as you see those both musical phrases nicely superimposed like this, it becomes much more apparent that it actually is a repetition. Here we see my corrected version, in which both musical phrases start with minimas, and they're now rendered in green. I've also added a short annotation explaining why I decided to make this correction, so that the rhythm is in accordance with measure 9, where the musical phrase is repeated. The reason for this would therefore be the internal logic of the piece. Other reasons to make a correction would be, for example, like when we place the bar lines, is there the same rhythm in a concordance, or is there a vocal model? Things like this. And as a last point, I'd like to talk about the peculiarity of the scribe, and this is that he groups the rhythm signs very closely together, and the tablature signs are arranged more widely below them. They're not placed directly below the rhythm signs. Nevertheless, it is very often clear what it is meant, as for example in the run on the right side. In such cases, we do not encode anything special, but in the run on the left, we only have 5 tablature symbols, but 6 rhythm symbols. In this case, we use the unclear tag with the reason from the list we've seen before with our controlled vocabulary. The reason is in this case unclear positioning. So the last tab group of the run consists only of a rhythm symbol and is wrapped in unclear. In the addition, I have now added this missing tablature symbol. I added a P after decay. We enclose such additions by editors with the supplied tag, and the whole thing is then rendered in orange. I chose P for 3 reasons, already mentioned. It makes sense when I play. Then the internal logic of the piece suggests it, because the same melodic line appears at the end of the first line, also marked in green here, and here it is written with a P after decay. And thirdly, also Rudolf Lotzinger in his edition edited it this way, so if 2 editors come to the same conclusion independently from another, it can't be that wrong, I guess. So that would have been my quick presentation on working with Jakob Turner's Lute book.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any questions? We have time.
And I leave.
So we can go to the next point, and then we have time for the questions. Thank you very much, Irina. As Irina, Silas, and Olja mentioned, we documented everything we do, of course. On our editorial platform, we have recently published the following documents. You can see editorial convention, CMN, and tablatures in English, and in German, MEI convention in English, and editorial convention for the text in German, database conventions. As you can see here, the documents are very extensive, and they contain numerous examples and guidelines. These documents are updated continuously, and they always provide a basis for further discussions. We don't have time to go into them now, but you are of course welcome to look them up yourself. I can mention only 2 key points. Musical and text analysis and editing based on MEI or TI open up new challenges and new possibilities for processing of material, particularly in the semantic domain. And before E-LAUTE, there were in general no unified editorial criteria for the corpus of German Lute tablatures. Please take a look at these conventions. They are online and you can download these conventions. It's about 150 pages. We have published it. So conclusions of this part of the project. In total, E-LAUTE has completed the following work for the 2 years in Module 1 in the first phase of the project. The new sustainable infrastructure of the whole project, the required tools, also new software and new implementations and workflows, a consistent editorial policy and guidelines for the edition, for all edition formats and for the processing of historical and bibliographical information. The extension of the MEI schema to incorporate tablature notation, including German Lute tablature, and the concept and interface of the E-LAUTE edition platform at the Austrian National Library. I should mention the invisible success and, of course, the absolutely great team of the E-LAUTE project. So, the further results are, of course, Judenkönig. One volume is visible on the platform. The other volumes are already also finished, but they are stored in our repositories until we have enough tested Judenkönig. And yeah. We have done also enough preparatory work for the hopefully forthcoming modules 2 and 3. Our plans are a synoptic view of external sources in this way, or of different entries within one source. We plan to integrate audio into the platform to make databases search accessible directly on the platform and to implement the necessary tools. For example, you can view then MEI and TI encodings for all files. It's not visible now. Transpositions for common music notation. You can choose then pitch level which you want. You can choose between 1 or 2 steps view for the CMN, diplomatic CMN transcriptions. Bar grid will be visible as a help for the reader. And then the critical apparatus are not visible yet. But as you can see, Silas, Olja, and other staffs of the project use editorial markup. There are available all critical suggestions and changes. It will be visible. So I think, yeah, it's the end of our first part of the project, and then we have 20 minutes time for the questions. Ja, es ist schneller.
Yes, question, remarks, whatever. But perhaps I give you some time to think something intelligent. I can say I'm part of the E-LAUTE project, and I'm overwhelmed like you to see this now working, because it's on so many levels. There is old school traditional editing work. There is, for me, high-end computer work done for this thing doing happen, and all happened at the same time. It's there's a the saying never work on the motor or on a driving car. But this is a car which is built during somebody is trying to moving it. It's really incredible. And now, I must say, at the beginning I was a little bit more skeptical, but now I can see how now it will work, and it's really on a really good way, even if important things like the critical apparatus is not visible, but it's there, and it's a question of time, and you invest in make it working, and of course of money, because many of the projects in our field of musicology and tablature study is a little bit work of hobby lute players and researchers, and this is fine. Phronimo, for example, which is worked here heavily, very important for this project. It's a private idea. Somebody had nothing other things to do, but it's not sustainable. And this is the next level here, and for this we of course we need money and so on. Okay, this is not a charity party. Now, where are your intelligent questions, remarks?
Very briefly, have you done any experimentation with optical character recognition for German tablature? And is it possible?
David, would you like to answer? Or René? No.
Short answer, no. Not us, but there has been done some research in the past, and I think it did quite well. And it was actually specifically for German lute tablature, and it did quite well, but it was discontinued, as these things are, and it's up to us to pick that up or to use methods that are more recent and more, maybe a bit more up to date, or using more powerful models or something. But yeah, we have been planning it all the time, but it has been a little bit in the background, not the most important. But I'm all in favor.
No, at the beginning it was really, we were working idea to get it, and then it was clear, no, it will take too much time, and so we left it a little bit aside.
I just wanted to add, I'm sorry, it was not only a matter of time, but also of the data. We didn't have enough data to train I don't know, models and everything in the first module. But maybe when connecting with other tablature, also organ tablature, it will be enough data that it will be possible to train these automatic recognitions.
Yeah, and just the sort of the other side of the coin of that data problem is that when we're done encoding these sources by hand, we'll have a fantastic training set to train these OMR things, but we'll be done. And the problem is there just isn't that many sources available, and you need a lot of data to get really, really good performance. So that's one reason why it's been a little bit relegated to the background so far.
Thank you so much for this fascinating presentation. And for me, as a lute player and a lute teacher, I'm very interested in the practical applications of this project. And I have a few questions about that. If, for example, I would love to play some of these wonderful editions of little-known German tablatures, how easy is it to download them? Can I download a whole source in facsimile or in a tablature type of my choice? Maybe that's a place to start.
Yeah, facsimile can you download it? It's open access, and our edition also in soon, I think. From.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm from the TU, and we will talk about that in the second part of our presentation a bit, but I will tell you now. There will be ways to download all the files at once, and yeah, it's not quite finished yet, so yeah, it's not online yet for the MEI files and so on. The audio files, there is already something available, and I will present it later. But yeah, there will be ways to download everything.
Also to add on this, also from the side of the National Library, we will also provide links. This is not possible yet, and you will be able to download. Yeah, but even maybe for the facsimiles, I don't know if it's going to be possible. But anyway, yeah, it's going to be degraded in the edition, the download.
Several other questions, really. Maybe I'll just ask them all and then we can get through them. So also as a player, when I'm playing an tabulation of vocal music, the most important thing for me would be to have the intabulation and to compare it to a transcription, let's say, of the vocal original in staff notation. Is that possible on the platform?
Vocal original are not the material of this edition, but we will link to this external material as well.
I see. So you won't be able to see it directly side by side.
Yeah, it will be linked to this material also. Yeah, but you can see the text of the vocal models. It's, I think, very important for the interpretation of tabulation.
And as a teacher, I think it's going to be a massive resource for students to be able to access also instructions for playing the lute, any text material. And at the moment, you have this available in German transcription. And you mentioned, I think, that there will be translations into other languages, into English, presumably. How will these translations be done? Will they be AI translations? Will they be?
Ideally, it's not AI transcription, but I hope musicology transcription. Yeah.
Well, it was maybe it was a bit confusing on my slide. It was actually I wanted to highlight the possibilities we have with the TI infrastructure and files, because once the file is made, it's quite a bit of work, but it's not extremely much work to enhance the file and to offer an English translation. However, we need someone who will do the English translation, because I suppose it won't work with EI, because it's a different type of German. It's Früh Neuhochdeutsch. We don't have enough data to train the models, and it's a technical language. There are terms of playing. And actually, this would have to be done by a lutenist or a musicologist who knows what Judenkönig is talking about when he says "zwick die 5. Seite" or whatever. But maybe if someone is interested to do translation and to publish it on the platform, it's also a way of collaboration, because the German translation of the Latin edition, Kateryna had it done by a colleague of hers in Rostock some time ago, and it was just a Word file, and we had it, and it was not much work to integrate it. So anybody who wants to translate is very welcome to contribute.
I can imagine what people will do with zwick something.
If I may briefly follow up on the idea of teaching using this platform. So the A in E-LAUTE stands for annotated, and we've already seen that there are annotations by our editors that are in these encodings. There's actually another dimension to this. I'm going to try and gather my thoughts here coherently, but because everything is a web resource, and because every element of the score inside these MEI documents has its own identifier, we can actually talk about the musical hierarchy in this encoding in a very granular way, explicitly from elsewhere on the web. I hope that makes sense. So just like a document that you go to in a web page has a URL, each of these elements can have a URI. And so there's a bunch of preparatory work that's already happened in this module of E-LAUTE to supporting users and making annotations themselves on these elements, sharing them with others privately, publishing them, keeping them for themselves. I won't go into the fullness of this, but there's a significant amount of work already into this, in this and other projects. And this is something we really want to also expand in the next module of E-LAUTE, hopefully, if it gets funded. So that's something I'm really interested in talking to teachers especially about, because it would allow you, for example, to make annotations and share them with students and vice versa.
And if I can make a suggestion, the other possibility that opens up is that people could contribute their own translations, for instance, of the text. And already there's certainly one, at least two English translations of the Judenkönig treatise, but they disagree. You know, and this is a common experience, translating what should we call them? Redundant, ancient versions of languages. We even have the same problem translating our own English from earlier periods. So, and I'm sure translating the text into modern German is sometimes controversial. So the important thing is that the provenance of the judgment or the interpretation is recorded, and the mechanism that David was talking about does offer that, make that relatively easy, though it makes the overall document, the XML the MEI document, very complex. But people shouldn't need to worry about that, because the infrastructure, the mechanism, the platform handles all that transparently, so that the user doesn't have to bother with that. And that way they'd be able to summon their own translation or X or Y's translation. So it opens up the possibility of, what do you call it, when people contribute on the web. What do you call that? Crowdsourcing, thanks very much. Which, the Lute community it's not exactly a crowd, but it's getting bigger. I have observed that there are more and more Lute players, which slightly surprised me, because there was a point in my life when I've got the feeling that we were a dying species again. But there's been, and I think projects like this will encourage more activity online. Sorry, I better shut up.
Yeah, just following on from that point, actually, on the editing of the text. Obviously, there's a very extensive analytical apparatus for the tablatures. Is there a plan maybe to develop something similar as like a literary critical apparatus for the text files as well? I think it was my question, and then having them kind of like influence each other in the process later on in further modules.
I think the answer is yes.
In parts, it's already there. On the homepage, you'll find the Editionskonvention. At the moment, they are only in German, because I was working with a German text and I was developing editorial conventions. So Kateryna and I were developing the conventions in German, of course. So it needs an English translation, but they are there. We are using basically the same markup as the MEI, but sometimes an MEI element which has the same name has a little bit of a different meaning in TEI. So it's not always exactly the same, but there is a list. There will be a list of the markup used of the TEI elements, so you can compare. So it's already there, and the markup is in the TEI file. Yeah, there is choice, there is sick, there is core, there is supplied, there is, yeah, there's a bunch of markup.
Thank you. One of the topics that I think this project and what we've heard this morning raises is to do with the very meaning of critical editions. And 50 years ago, 60 years ago, in when the French had the Lute et sa musique, there was an attempt to set up a kind of a critical edition format that was used right through in the Corpus de Lutis Français edition, based on the assumption that no one plays from tablature. Of course, what's happened now is that lutenists all play from tablature, and the purpose of a critical edition in mensural notation, common music notation, has changed, particularly with respect to lute playing. In addition, the format of which this is being done, where we've got the web format and individual pieces, not necessarily all published together in a single edition, to me offers lots of possibilities about rethinking the very meaning of critical editions, whether the critical edition should be the tablature edition, and then once that's established, then move to common notation, and plus what it means to have this instantaneous interchangeability between notation formats. And I sort of think about this not just in the specialist field, but going back to my comment yesterday where mention the word tablature to a musicologist and they run the other way. One of our big issues is reversing that situation, making tablature friendly to everybody. And obviously there are many aspects of this project that break down those traditional barriers, but it does open up the whole area, and I wonder if it's worth, well, do you have from inside the project views about this and where we're going, where the future is, or are these the things we'll discuss later this afternoon?
No, we went just online in July, and we hope to get some feedback from the community and from other people. Yeah, and we hope to develop the project in the future. In this way. It's of course it's a new insight in the research and in the use of the tablatures. Yep.
I think part of a chance of this new edition project is to deal with editions as an open text to a certain degree, so that we do not seek to find the one definite answer or solution for a certain piece, but to suggest open paths. And we, to a certain part, I think, also believe that at least some of the tablatures were not meant as a finalized piece, but as a point of departure, particularly in the manuscripts. And I think that the edition should also represent this, show that this is not the piece, but this is a solution or a playable format, and opens up the discussion.
Yes, of course, the user can decide which fragments you need or you get for his own or her own transcription or edition. That's our goal. Yeah.
Going up from what Olja was asked, that, for example, a teacher can use an edition and then fit it for his own aims or for the capability of students, which perhaps something is too complicated, then they can remove it and so on. So this is also a very practical way of using it.
What Marc is just explaining is really a very fundamental change to the kind of Werk concept which underlies the whole notion of critical editing. And so it's good that it's happening. It'd be great if we could somehow conceptualize it in a way that gives us a pathway to the future.
Just take it. I'm Irina from University of Munich, and I'm the musicologist who's not running away from tablature and not any notation at all. Actually, so I'm specialized in musical notation, and what you're thinking of is a big problem a problem or challenge actually of this project. And I'm this steady reminder of what does it mean to have not a work, but a lot of works. So practices actually, I think, and we are reflecting on the problem with, for example, in comparison to Beethoven. So there's another idea of a critical edition, of course. And so we're working on it, but we are not yet that ready to reflect it. But I think we are not working on a work, Gesamtkunstwerk or whatever, so in the German sense, and we're not editing a Gesamtausgabe, so this is the problematic word at all. And so we're heading for it, but it's not still clear where we're going to. And I think MEI opens up a lot of ideas with, for example, these markups and going on, which are, well, open possibilities, not only to do your own edition, which is maybe everybody can change the score or everything, but we have really to find out what means, what early music means in the time of digital music, and it's different to Beethoven, for example, of course. And we do have some problems, just to tell you this, for example, the mensuration. We try to put the bar lines somehow to give the user an idea how to compare it. But I'm always the one, well, if there is a tempus imperfectum, for example, and suddenly we realize there must be a tempus perfectum, how should we do it? And it's not easily decided, actually, from our point of view, but it's very difficult for the technicians. But it has a deep meaning. That's the point, and we have to reflect it in the score. And I think where we are heading toward, this would be my solution, is not the critical edition at all, but just a help to, for example, musicologists to see where is the polyphonic part, for example. This is important, although it's never true, but it is, you can see it, it's visualized. But on the other side, I think it's much more about the code so that we can go on to a digital analysis with a lot of codings and going back again. So what is actually a German tenor lead, for example, so in this way.
Perhaps a last remark, because I smell the coffee.
I'm a lover of coffee, so I agree, but I feel compelled to also give an answer from the technical perspective. So you mentioned opening up this topic to the wider musicological field. What I hope we are doing, I'm convinced we're doing, is also opening it up to music informatics as a research field. Music informatics is a fairly big area of research, but focuses overwhelmingly on audio. Where it focuses on score, it is usually in a very reduced sort of MIDI-specific form. And having MEI as this framework to interconnect the semantics, the music meaning with different audio recordings, with extra musical information that might be available through other sources, bringing them all into one for this sort of multimodal approach to information retrieval is something that I find really exciting. And I think that's one thing we bring with this project to bear. And we'll hear more about that after the break. So maybe it's a good time for coffee.
Right. Coffee time, half in 11:30, back here. Coffee is over in the cafeteria.
1, 2, Großbrummer, Quint seid im Abzug, 2 oder 3 Hacken, just testing the microphone with German Lute tablature terms. Okay, please settle down, we're all excited, we just had a coffee. We have to continue so that we stay within our time frame, as our predecessors here have done so greatly just in the morning. So I'm going to talk a bit about the audio recordings very briefly of what we've done for the E-LAUTE presentation website. Part of the project was, or part of the project application was, to provide practical examples that could be listened to on the presentation website when looking at the tablature editions and the facsimiles. And we've done this we've started doing this at the Schola here in Basel. In the past year, I have dedicated my class Arrangement and Intabulation at the Schola to the repertoire of German Lute tablature, drawing on synergies with the E-LAUTE project and its growing corpus of sources, transcriptions and editions. The aim was to unlock this rarely played repertoire and to get an overview of intabulation styles as well as a taste of the different kinds of transmitting sources. As you all know, manuscripts and prints can take very different forms depending on their intended usage and audience, ranging from didactic purposes to mere memory aids or models upon which the user would have improvised. Particularly, the manuscripts turned out to contain open texts, if I can quote myself again, if you will, that do not always comprise finished and worked out pieces, but merely ideas or grounds as a starting point for making music on the lute. A side product of this class and another synergy was the recording of chosen pieces from these repertoires to be included with the E-LAUTE website. The choice of pieces was left to the students' discretion and taste, naturally resulting in some sources being favored over others. One student, Lewon, chose to write his master's thesis on one yet untranscribed manuscript of German Lute tablature that I had, for want of a better name, christened Sotheby tablature, because it had been auctioned off to an unknown buyer in 2018 and then disappeared from the public realm. Fortunately, I was able to track down the seller and obtain a set of shaky photographs to work from. During this work on the source, Lewon was actually able to rediscover the manuscript in Yale, complete with online scans. So this, employing him for this really paid off for us. And on top of this edition work, he also recorded the entire 36 pieces of the source for the project. They are not yet published, but they are coming soon. Most of them admittedly quite short and rather simple, so it didn't take too long. The other students working through our corpus of German Lute tablatures dedicated themselves to a diverse range of sources, such as the Blindhammer manuscript, the Judenkönig prints, the Gerle and Neusiedler prints, as well as the lesser-known collections such as Vienna 18827 and the Stefan Kraus Lute book. Some of them embraced the notation at face value and played directly from the sources, particularly from the prints, such as that are very nicely readable, such as Christian Velasco Vasquez and Taiga Yamamoto, both of whom you had already heard last night with the Heckel duos. Others used the output of the E-LAUTE transcriptions, taking opportunity of the possibility to transfer German Lute tablature at the click of a button to a number of letter tablature or number tablatures, formerly known as Italian and French Lute tablature. And rightly so, as I'm sure you will agree once we set eyes upon one of these manuscripts in a moment. The following lutenists also contributed to the E-LAUTE recordings: Valeria Korka, Barbara Hulzova and Talitha Kumi-Wittmer. The pieces were presented and discussed in the arrangement class, but the students also worked intensively on them in private, bringing them to their lute lessons with Xavi Diaz-Latorre, who is also here, Julian Beer, who cannot be here sadly, and myself. Silas Bischoff, our PhD candidate in Basel for the E-LAUTE project, whom you heard speaking and playing expertly yesterday and also today, took it upon himself to take on the role of recording engineer. After receiving some professional coaching by Leonardo Bortolotto, he single-handedly recorded and edited all of this input. Up to now, circa 50 pieces were finalized and uploaded to the E-LAUTE platform, but not yet published, I think? Or, yes, they are published, but not connected yet to our presentation. Yeah, we come to that in a moment. Another 72 have already been recorded, but are yet awaiting to be processed for publication. These include the entire Sotheby tablature, as well as 10 more pieces from Gerle, 1533, 21 from the Stefan Kraus Lute book, and 5 from Munich 1512, some of which were also played by Silas himself, who recorded himself then. I want to show you quick samples from this recorded corpus, ranging from the simple, short, and almost obscure to the long and complex. And here you can see a recording, one of our first recording sessions in the new Letzi Schulhaus, where the Schola has now just moved. And the room was just empty, and we could use some empty rooms with a bit of acoustics before the acoustic deadening panels were installed. So this one was then actually played from a transcription that we did. Octaves have never sounded so nice. This piece is not even two-voice, as it largely moves in parallel octaves. There's a whole range of such pieces in the source, which have sparked interesting discussions and analyses in our class. What could the function of such an arrangement have been? My current best guess is that it was intended as an embellished tenor line arranged to be placed into an ensemble performance of a polyphonic tenor song. Well, I'm open to discuss this further. An idiomatically arranged tenor part, if you will. The other one is from Gerle, 1533, and is an arrangement of Josquin's Adieu mes amours, here played by Christian Velasco Vasquez. I would love to continue playing this. It's beautiful to listen to, and he played directly from this tablature. So I'm handing on to Julia now. Oh, I'm Marc Lewon, part of the project in Basel, and teaching lute here as well.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I'm Julia. I work at the Technical University in Vienna, also as part of the E-LAUTE project. And our part involves handling the audio files that have been handed over to us. The students entered metadata about the they're playing, about their lute used, about the tuning, and so on in Google Forms. And I collected the data and processed it and ingested it into the TU RDM, which is a research data management platform. And one of the example we just heard, so Adieu mes amours, is now here, and it also is already available online. I can show you the link in a second. Yeah, so exactly, here is the link, and for the easiest way to get to the examples themselves is to enter researchdata.tub.ac.at and then navigate to community and then click on E-LAUTE. There you find all the audio examples that are available for now. There are 47. And yeah, the files can be downloaded there directly and also viewed and also listened to directly online. Why are we doing this? We want to have the audio files available in a way that they have a fixed place on the web, so we can refer to. For that reason, they get a DOI. And we also have, and for the audios, this is probably not as relevant, but if there are changes to the metadata or to the file themselves, we can also upload a second version or a third version and so on. And the RDM gives us the power to refer to all versions DOI, so which resolves to the latest version, or we can also refer to specific versions, which is important for a reproducibility workflow, to always know which was used in, for example, for analysis, which file was used at that point in time. This is also in accordance to the FAIR principles, which have already been mentioned. What kind of metadata are we talking about? This is just a short example, each piece has a work ID, the title and so on, and and also the tuning that has been used, the pitch, like the tuning for the lute, and also other more technical metadata, and also of course the rights. It's published in open source. Yeah, so this is from my part. Now we will go into more detail about the data infrastructure of E-LAUTE as a whole, and I will switch now to the other. So me and my 3 colleagues will talk about the data infrastructure, which is a bit complicated because it's a huge project. There are lots of institutions involved. The purple one, the edit workflow has already been teased on by Olja, but we don't really have time to go into too much detail. Just know there will be an automated workflow to get the data from where the editors work on into the TU and also into the ÖNB platform. Oops. And I will just briefly touch on original sources. They are getting transcribed. They are some of them are in the ÖNB, some of them are in other libraries. They all have an identifier, so they get linked again. And the transcriptions. There are different manifestations of the transcriptions, as we already have heard, the notehead notations or the diplomatic and the edited version. They are rendered on the platform, but they also exist as files, of course, and those files are displayed on the digital edition and also can be, hopefully at one point in time, downloaded there, but they are also in the RDM. And the important for us part is that, again, the RDM enables the storing, sharing, and publishing of digital objects with versioning and the compliance with FAIR principles. And yeah, we also want to store train machine learning models there. Yeah, and this will all be one workflow. Yeah, for example, from the audio that's already available, chroma features can be extracted. Yeah, this looks very colorful and nice, but this also means something and can be analyzed. And but this kind of data is more in a different, or is more tabular and not one file, because the RDM deals more with file data. So there is a different tool that we want to use there, which is called dbRepo. It is a repository for data in database format. Our E-LAUTE DB is also stored there with versioning, and again, versioning is a common theme. Because we want to be able to have a reproducible infrastructure, so that at every point in time we can go back to the version that existed at that point in time, and everybody can rerun workflows and see for themselves what has been done. Just a short summary here. Lots of different data formats and data, and we're still figuring out stuff, but we're also getting somewhere, so that not only we create more data, but it's also useful for us and useful for others. And with this, I think I will hand over to Elias.
Hello, I'm Elias. I'm affiliated both with the TU as a PhD student, but I spend most of my time in the Austrian National Library together with Christoph and Martina. So we already saw that we have a lot of data in our project, and it's getting even more. The idea is how we bring all this data from the different sources and how we make it then accessible for the end users and for our platform, so that everything can be accessible. And the idea is that we go away from the traditional concept of relational databases, or the tables that we know, and we put our data in, and we're trying to map everything in the so-called graph representation of information. This is just a visualization, just to conceptualize what it means to have a graph of data. So every piece of information is an entity, these black schemes, and then they are somehow connected. And the important thing in this kind of representation is that we have the relationships between the different data. We have them explicit, it's part of our data, and then we can extend such a graph. We can bring information from other projects, even from other data pools, and this is the importance of having a semantic web-based project. And also we can have some reasoning, go back, have some distant reading of all the data. We talked yesterday about concordances, and how if you gather all of the information about the manuscripts and how they're connected, where were specific regions where some intabulations took part, then you have a better idea from a distance how everything is connected. And of course there are some algorithms that even computer science based can read all this information, and then we can infer even results that traditional musicological research wouldn't be able to decipher. So based on this, as I mentioned, we have different data sources. The main source of metadata is the E-LAUTE DB database that Kateryna basically built, and but also we want to gather additional information that would come also from the encodings, either from the metadata or from the semantic representation of the data from the music content itself. Could be text mining, theoretically at least, if we incorporate also bibliographical research, any research that musicological research that exists on lutes. MIR so music informatics research, like results that we can take out of the toolbox that Reinier has developed, and even the user annotations that we also talked about. David Weigl mentioned it briefly. And all this is in the context of linked data. As I said, we can take also information from other data pools and make it part of our graph. We also, Tim Crawford mentioned about provenance some minutes before. It was about, in terms of translations, we want to know, for example, when we're translating text, which translation comes from which translator. But in our case, we put a lot of emphasis on provenance in terms of the editorial process itself, so that we know who edited, who did, well, first of all, who did the scanning, the typesetting, encoding, publication, proofreading, all the steps in the process. We want to know what were these processes, when did they take place, so that not only we can contribute work, but also we can see what has happened in the whole process. Maybe we can go trace back the development and see what has happened up to now. And this is my last slide. So this is very technical, of course. These knowledge graphs are represented in a language that is called RDF, and there is a specific way with which you can query this data, and that would be the sparkle, the term that you can see on the top. This, of course, is very hard for the end user, for the musicologist, or for the musician to query this data. So what we are trying is to, basically, we are developing some code, and basically we are doing, we are translating specific queries that the musicologist might have, and we are in communication with the musicologist, so that we can translate this query, this data, back to a representation that would be more easy to understand. That would be the example on the right. Of course, this is going to be more developed, and we are also thinking, but this is just at the very beginning, that maybe we could incorporate something like a large language model, like ChatGPT, and in that case, the researcher can use the natural language, and then on the back end, the knowledge graph of our project can be queried, and then you can extract information. You can have that exchange so that we can take the information that you need. That could be either the bibliographic metadata or even data that comes from computational analysis, like what Olja does. That was my part, and pass it to you.
Yeah, hello from my side as well. I'm a master student at TU Wien. I'm working very closely with Julia and Puja. And my main research area is very technical, so I will keep it very short. I hope you can understand more than I did yesterday with all the Lute stuff. Yeah, but we were talking about already the E-LAUTE DB. And at TU Wien we have this DB repo, which is a database repository, which is basically a normal database, but it has the extra functionality that you can cite the queries, and all queries get a DOI that you can use in a paper then, and consistent results are ensured. But the current limitation of this thing is that it's not possible to have it running at different institutions, because it's like pretty hard to ensure the consistent query results if you have latency between the institutions when something is inserted into the database. And the goal of my master work is to enable this replication, and in the end we want to be able to do the whole thing very selective. So it would be nice if, for example, E-LAUTE could choose which tables of the database they want to have replicated at TU Wien or at ÖMB. And in that case, we also want to ensure the consistent query results, and when some institution was like offline for some time, we also have to ensure that everything works when another instance is up again. And that's kind of it, so very short, and I will hand over to Puja.
Okay, I quickly mention about the part that I did in the audio to score alignment by DTV. I made a program which is by Python, and it's web-based. It looks like this. The user can write the DOI or file name, that you see on the top left, and then it shows the alignment between the audio file and the score or notations, and the user can control it completely. It can zoom in and zoom out and trim and everything. It works like the user, when the user types the file name or DOI, which is unique for every file in the databases on the internet. It gets the audio and the score, and it captures the audio signals and the MIDI from the scores that you see, the MIDI on the bottom. And then from the database on the TU RDM, and with the processor, which is Jupyter Hub, like TU Wien Jupyter Hub, it extracts the features, as you see the chroma and Julia mentioned in the beginning, and then it puts that in the DB repo that Max mentioned that, which is another database, and then with the TU Wien Jupyter Hub, it aligned the audio and the notations. But it's not everything. Sometimes we had wrong result. I mean, many times. The algorithm was correct, the files were correct, but we had wrong result because of these problems. And I also researched about that, and I've reached more than 40 approaches for the solutions. That you see some of that now. And I involved AI, machine learning, hidden Markov model, and many old or modern approaches for this also. The plots shows the cost metrics, which you see vertical the audio frame and horizontal the score or MIDI. And it shows, for example, like in the second of 10 in the audio, what should the program shows in the score or notations. For example, that one had the silence in the beginning, so it shows like 0 for the MIDI. I think that was that. I think it's time for the questions, right? Or if nobody wants to add anything. Anybody has any question? Yes.
Just a quick question for the previous speaker. You didn't mention the cloud. I wonder if that might be a way of dealing with the latency. Well, no, not dealing with the latency, but disseminating these different...
What exactly do you mean with the cloud? So the main thing is the functionalities with like mirroring the stuff, and that's like all pretty basic database functionality, which is like around many times, but the extra feature that you can re-execute those queries again, for that you need a timestamp for each data point when it was inserted and when it was deleted. So you don't delete anything, because you want to be able to retrieve the data at that given point in time. And if you mirror those between multiple sites, you always have a latency of, even if it's just milliseconds, you cannot guarantee with just this timestamp to re-execute that one query at another site and get the exact same result. And in practice, the latency is oftentimes much higher, because if like there's a very high interest and the resources are not high enough, then you get like minutes of latency.
No other questions at the moment? Then.
Well, I have to say we are really rocking on this time. We're great. Thank you. So, hi again. Some of you already saw me this morning, but I'm still going to introduce myself. My name is Olja. I'm a PhD student of E-LAUTE project. I'm studying in Munich, Ludwig Maximilian University, and my field of study is digital musicology. So I'm a musicologist that still didn't run away from tablature, and I'm not afraid of tablature. I'm also a former guitarist, so yeah, it's a little bit familiar. I'm familiar with it, and I'm also not afraid of computer, but I'm not a computer scientist. So the folks that you just saw, they know what they're doing. I'm just assuming I know what I'm doing. So let's go. I joined the project about 2.5 years ago. When I found out about the project, my first thought was, yes, machine-readable data of sources that were never accessible and rarely investigated. And the idea of computational analysis emerged immediately. It was inevitable. Together with my supervisor, Professor Irina, I began my research on the manuscript DMBS, Mus-MS 1512, located in the Bavarian Library in Munich, and it is also known as Jacobea manuscript. You will see it also in our platform. It's been edited, almost done edited. This is how I started. After diving into this topic, however, I realized two things. First, this manuscript is not so unknown at all as I thought, and I wondered if I could really actually learn something new about it. And second, there's quite a lot of tools dealing with similar problems that I had. So I asked myself, is there really a need of developing new tools? I may be wrong, but I'm still convinced that I can answer both of these questions positively. Just by shifting my research question to focus on whether applying digital methods and tools could lead to new discoveries using this case of study of these two manuscripts. Also added a manuscript that is connected to the Munich manuscript, is now stated or held in Berlin, and it has the same scribe that is still remained anonymous. So after a number of attempts during these past 2 years, such as automatically comparing tablature, or actually diplomatic transcription of tablature using AppTab transcriber and Musik-Diff tools. I don't know if you've heard of them. AppTab transcriber was introduced this morning. So this was an attempt to compare all of the intabulations that of the same piece, Was wird es doch des Wunders noch, from Ludwig Semper, and I got this as an output. Or I also tried to compare the embellishments that have been added by the same scribe and on the same song, actually, but from two different manuscripts from the both one. So this was actually an automated attempt of something that Kurt Dorfmüller already did manually. So there is a little conclusion in between. The computer can provide accurate results and process large amounts of data in no time, but only if I ensure that I've entered the correct data. So this raised questions, and the first one was, is transcribing the tablature into common music notation, which was necessary to be able to use Musik-Diff tool, the correct way to compare tablature, as a first question. This approach loses the significant amount of potentially meaningful information when playability or transpositions, for example, are questioned. The second issue is the interpretation. What exactly do I want to evaluate? And how can I possibly do this if I get such a large number of results? And how can I really specify or limit the whole process even further? So, to come back to my questions, is it possible for me to learn something new about 1512? Probably, at least in the context of connection to other sources. And is there a need for new tools? Yes, definitely, and particularly those that deal with tablature. And in other words, deal with courses and frets rather than pitches. as well as also lute playing practice, which we will see now. Before I continue, I just want to go back to the title of my presentation today, and I want to clarify exactly what I'm going to address today. There is a specific reason I chose these particular terms, and using diminution, which I also heard the fellow colleagues using yesterday, and I was really happy about it. I know it's a little bit problematic, but I really wanted to distinguish between ornamentations and embellishments as complete figures, but wanted to focus on a diminution process. By using the term understanding, I wanted to avoid teaching, learning, or something that is actually, those are terms of machine learning, and I wanted to highlight the complexity of capturing all necessary information to enable a computer to provide a meaningful evaluation, or actually to understand what is it that we are looking for or asking it to do it. So let's take a step back and revisit the question of comparing intabulations. If we consider intabulation in the context of inter- and transtextuality as introduced by Kateryna Schöning, it is a concept of, that matters text A, the vocal model, and text B, the intabulation. If we want to compare different intabulations, text B, we first need to make clear to a computer what is the relationship between these two texts, text A and text B. So basically, we need to teach a computer to intabulate. So around 1983, the computer learned to communicate different pitch values and note durations via MIDI. Around 1998, it learned to read tablature via type code. And in 2019, the connection was established between a vocal model and tablature via TabMapper or Tab+. These were the first necessary steps to start evaluating the relationship between text A and text B, and to start with something simple. If we ask now, computer, what is this type of tablature, for example? Is it a literary tablature, moderately ornamented, or fully embellished? It could just simply calculate, count the flag notes, and then provide a fairly accurate answer. So this could be a very useful automated filter option in a database, for example. However, if I want to see a selection of intabulations featuring this specific cadence ornamentation, the computer would need to understand the structure of A, first, of a vocal model, then the relationship between the text A and B in this context, and also all the forms and variations of this particular ornament. Only matching all these three aspects together will produce a reliable result. So, fortunately, we have a number of reviews or studies on historical treatises available to us today, and we understand the practice of intabulation, contrapoint, arrangement, and improvisation through a combination of knowledge and practical experience as well, which we humans can do. But how can we make computers understand this all? I'm not a computer scientist, as I said, but I'm a very fortunate person that has an opportunity to work in this great project with other people as well. And as a result of our collaboration, I want to say or to announce that Julia Jacqueline, Reinier de Valk, and I will present our first attempt to analyze ornamentation in less than 1 month in Aalborg. And this will also provide the insights into what we are really planning to work on in the second phase, and what will help us develop our plans and also workflows already beforehand. So we decided to conduct this experiment by starting very simple approach, collecting rules of diminution described by Vincenzo Galilei in his, again, Phronimo, but this time Phronimo Dialogo, so the book, not the software. And more specifically, just a remark, this is indeed AI translation. I just wanted to try that out, and I'm not sure about one word that I couldn't read actually a primi esempi or FMP. It is probably an example here because he says secondum primi esempi, so I just translated it as an example. As you can see, this instruction doesn't really tell us much, but it tells us that there is a regula, there is a rule. So let's try to evaluate this rule. Hiroyuki Minamino evaluated it in 1988 in his dissertation, and we wanted to examine what are the necessary steps for capturing these rules in the form of computer algorithms. So as he said, Galei's example demonstrated the ways of disjunct intervals are filled in with unpretentious ornaments, so very simple ones. Most of the leaps consist of a fifth, so that the stepwise motion of 4 notes can be fill the interval. So we began by defining terms in a computational sense, such as the information required by a computer to identify something as an ornamentation as first. Next, we examined the information required to enable the algorithmic process. For example, if an algorithm is to detect stepwise motion of 4 notes, as it says here, within a range of fifth, what information do we actually need to detect stepwise motion as first, then the specific number of notes, and a specific interval? Without boring you now with technical details, I will just say that there is a number of ways to obtain this information, and the biggest challenge is to find out the right and the potentially universal way that we can also reuse or adapt on other approaches. But if you want to know more about these approaches, we can return to this example maybe after the presentation. The example right to the text is the example from Minamino's book. And as I previously mentioned, every new conversation or translation involves a new interpretation. Here we can see that these examples we used as test models were initially written in tablature in Galileo's book. Minamino's transcription into standard music notation was anyway unavoidable for us, since the tablature will be compared to the vocal model, which is also which contains pitch values, and these pitch values would be assigned during the APTEP process anyway. But nevertheless, the fret and course information provided here as an information in this book or a treatise from Galilei, they must not be ignored. And they can also play a very big role for establishing further rules. Oh, I'm sorry. There is a conclusion. I saw it, but it was not updated. So I have a conclusion. In order to develop meaningful automated evaluation methods, we need to develop our methodologies properly. As John mentioned yesterday as well, the discrepancy between mensural and or common music notation and tablature, which does not provide information on individual note duration or voice leading, poses significant challenges in terms of data interpretation and above all visualization. But fortunately, computers can use data that is maybe not so intuitive for humans. Like we just said from the example before, we don't understand what these codes mean, but for a computer, it understands. And it can also ignore the rest of information. So actually that, for example, we can use only the meter positions to establish the connections between vocal model, that is in common music notation, and in tabulation, that is in tablature, while voice leading does not necessarily have to play a role in this evaluation. So the next issue is the inclusion of intabulation and counterpoint rules, which should also take into account the playability of the instrument. However, these rules are traditionally provided in relation to vocal music, using concepts such as intervals and harmonies rather than fretboard positions or motions. While there are many ways to capture these concepts in different encoding formats, every process of capture involves some kind of translation. And every translation or conversion is a new interpretation, as also pointed by Andreas Schläger yesterday. In this case, even a very simple shift, such as squadratura or im Abzug, it can lead to confusion and misinterpretation if the information about how to deal with this change is not provided to the computer. Therefore, we must pay close attention to the unavoidable translation processes and provide an accurate historical understanding of music theory, music analysis, and their application to the Lute tablature notation. If we, Lute tablature. Breaking down this entire process into smaller steps could facilitate an accurate and effective algorithmic approach, and computers can provide accurate results and process large amounts of data quickly, indeed, but we just need to ensure to provide a very well considered, structured input. All necessary information must be machine readable or electronic. All necessary connections must be established, either by linking them data to each other, providing a specific markup, as we saw, or annotating. Most importantly for the evaluation, we must ensure that everything is interpreted in the same way and that the processes and data are unified. In other words, the step in developing meaningful automated evaluation methods is to create an electronic, linked, annotated and unified data. Thank you. Am I the last one from E-LAUTE project? Yeah, okay. Are there any questions regarding my research now, and then we will have a discussion about the project? Yes.
Have you explored pattern matching on the data? Because this is an obvious first data step.
Mm-hmm. So pattern matching, I had discussions or meeting also with David Meredith using his Omniscia approaches in finding the motives in vocal pieces. Yeah. Yes. And we also had or constantly have discussions about that. That's also going to be a part of my research. But the first problem there was also the translation into common music notation. All these pattern matchings are based on piano roll or MIDI, mostly.
MIDI is very close to tablature.
Yes, but
it's not interpreted. Type 1 MIDI.
I understand, but it doesn't provide the information about switching the chords and fret, right? No. So if we need this information, or for my research, what I was thinking about, in really comparing tablature, and if it's something transposed in a modern way, was there a shift, an absolute shift of the griff? I don't know how to say that in English. Is it a grip? We cannot investigate that based on a MIDI pattern results, search results. So that's why I always think, yeah, we'll talk about this, yeah. But thank you.
To explain why we are asking now specifically for questions is because it's a PhD project, and Olja is really interested to get a feedback on what she's doing. And my question in this sense would be, I hope understood what you have tried to explain me, but I can't see exactly how this work you're doing how this will lead to a PhD thesis.
Yes. Thank you. Well, that big part, yeah. I understand. That is that big thing actually I skipped because I wanted to present something new, and every time until now I have the feeling that I'm always presenting the main question of my PhD, and this is actually getting more information about HD. This is an anonymous scribe of this manuscript. There were speculations where these manuscripts come from, but they were all mainly based on paleographical studies and studies from the data that we have from, I don't know, from written data, like from letters and findings. But I really wanted to approach this search, I don't know how to say, or this identification of the person behind it. I don't need a name, I need just a person through the musical content. So I really wanted to see where he or she could have been, from which manuscripts he or she could have learned, which music was entabulated, and in what way, influenced by which school, let's say. And this is how I came to this question. What are actually the ornamentations? And I had to, so to say, classify them per school or per treatises, and then find if they match to this practically to the music of HD. And so basically, I'm sorry, try to make it short. What I'm trying to do is using digital methods. There is a folio here. Digital methods and digital tools to answer musicological questions, semi-automated. So of course this is going to be a very long PhD, or I'm going to have to spend a lot of time and also to wait a lot to be able to really do everything automatically. I think this is also not really possible, but I'm going to introduce some of the approaches of methods that could be used, and based on these findings or the research that I've done, we're going together in the project develop the tools that are going to make that possible. And then other researchers could also profit from that. They can also take their data, their sources, and try to put from into the same algorithms, and then see, oh yeah, this was made in Galileo's style, for example. Or, yeah. What I also forgot to say, I'm so sorry, I started a little bit too quickly, but yes, I'm very looking forward to input, and I'm very honored to be here among these experts in Lute Tablature for research, because, or not Lute Tablature, Lute music research, because I'm personally not a lute player, but I'm getting a first class this week, so let's see, maybe I will also become a lute player. Yeah, so every input is very welcoming. Eric?
Right, hi, thank you. Yeah, I was just wondering, just following on from what you said about the musical content to identify the scribe. What are the methods you're using? Is it like a similar... So like similar approaches to entabulations would identify a similar scribe or similar ornamentations? What are your parameters for deciding through the musical content? And how does that, and are you relating that to the paleographic evidence? I mean, is there something you think's wrong with the paleographic stuff? Or is it, or could you be confirming the same results?
So don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong about the paleographical stuff, but it's just, it showed that it didn't work out, let's say, that there is not so much more information that I mean, this manuscript has been researched a lot, but I was hoping to get even more information, or even to sharpen up a little bit where this could be located, this manuscript. And I'm sorry, but your question was about my approaches, my methods to this, identification of our ornamentation. So what we are working with is output of a tab mapper. TabMapper is a module of AppTab, and it gives enough data. It also has this visualization that you already saw with this nice colorful notes, but it also gives a output in let's say more machine readable file that contains positions in a meter, number of notes that we can then count, and we combine these two output also map to other outputs where we need more information, like for example course information and string information, and then apply the rules that we come up with after studying treatises like this. This is our first step, and where was my example that I want to come back to? Let me just find that. Yeah. So these 5 motion or 4 motion notes in that has amount of a stepwise motion that has an amount of interval of 5. So the first thing is to search in a TabMapper output what notes are flagged as ornamentations. And this is easy now because TabMapper gives or filters out the notes that are not in a vocal model and gives this as an output, and it also distinguishes between repetitions, just repetitions that were made because the sound was too had to be longer, or also ornamentations that where we have some kind of figure or motion that leads to another note. And in this example, we need to detect first where is that, then to also include the notes from the vocal model before and after that, so we have the complete interval. Then we have to measure if this is the interval that we are looking for, and this is easily measurable with MIDI values. And then we also have to check, is this a stepwise motion in this voice? This is also very important. We have to distinguish between voices. And this is also made possible through the TabMapper because it has a machine learned I don't know if that's an algorithm. No, it's not an algorithm. I'm not a computer scientist, but it has this system that separates voices, and only this was made possible to distinguish between that. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I guess my question is how you would take that information and link it up
with my question, yeah. Well, I'm trying to, when I get this information, then I will try to go systematically through all treatises and to try to systematically assign them to the specific style. And then I will have a classification of this style and then be able to identify which was used in my case study, in the pieces that I have. So, John?
In examples like the ones that you've given us, there are many gestures musically that I think we can call commonplaces of the lute. So I guess that part of what you might be needing to look at is to somehow either be able to match patterns of commonplaces or find individualities that are outside those commonplaces, because let's say, you know, if you just find a whole lot of commonplaces, maybe it could be any lutenist of the 16th century, right? So the process somehow needs to go from commonplace to individuality. I guess that's my comment.
Thank you, and yeah, that's totally right.
Okay, so you're collecting sources that talk about ornaments, but are you also collecting actual pieces from Spinacino, whoever, doesn't matter, da Milano, to find those commonplaces and individualities? Or just sources like Galileo? You know what I mean? Yeah, that I forgot.
Okay, maybe it will come. So at the moment I'm only collecting the sources, treatises that talk about the ornamentation, so I can also collect the rules from it, to search the rules. Of course, there are some examples inside of these sources, and if there are also the pieces, then I can examine them as well and take into account. But this would maybe be a next step to refine the evaluation, to really take the pieces to identify that were the same, and also to give them, then I would give to the specialist of machine learning to feed this into the computer that then automatically can identify these figures. And then we can maybe also come to the point where we can find the individualities. But I'm hoping to make, so my attempt is to create, how do you say that, I'm sorry, nachhaltig? Can somebody help me? Sustainable approach in interpreting these rules, like musicologically, and also accurate to make it or translate it accurately to the computer. So we have really some data, not like Julia said, data that we can just, that made data, more data, but really something that we can work with. For instance, teach machine learning models.
So it's all intabulation of vocal models so far?
Yeah, so far it's intabulation of vocal models, yeah. It's a very complex topic, yeah, but yeah.
Talking on commonplaces, and I know that the lute has this huge repertoire. Did you ever think of comparing the commonplaces with the keyboard repertoire and maybe find similar commonplaces? Or
not until now, but Martin also noticed my ideas are exploding. So I should really concentrate on finishing this thesis and not trying to spread. I mean, I totally understand, and it is very interesting, but I don't think I will manage it in my research to include even more sources. I am already overwhelmed with I know everybody says lute music, it's such a niche or something. It's not. It has a lot of sources, and a lot of is unknown, and I'm still on this path of discovering. So, but thank you. It's maybe somebody else would be interested.
One thing you might be able to focus on in terms of this particular source is the genres. Can you find a distinction in terms of embellishment or a diminution between intabulations and dances, for instance? That would be quite a straightforward, I think, simple, crude estimation. Is there an actual difference? That would be something which might be quite useful. I'm saying this because one of the papers I once worked on was distinguishing between intabulations of secular and sacred music of a certain period in tablature, and we did find that there was difference, that the intabulators seemed to approach the sacred music in a different way from the way they approached the secular music, but I can't tell you what that is. That wasn't the point. The point was to show that there's a statistical difference. So that might be something interesting.
I think we are coming to end this to switch to the last part, the open discussion, which helps Olja as well. I think what you're doing at the moment is really to ask questions, to find perhaps models which will work, but as we have heard, E-LAUTE is the material you're investigating. It's comparing these two manuscripts perhaps can lead that the date of the earlier tablature must be shifted late in the second half of the 16th century, and there is much of the music not encoded, etc., not in the project. So you can now develop ideas, but there's missing the material to test it, and this would is the same with keyboard music. So we need a much more growing repertoire to do this research, but we have to ask the question how to ask questions to the repertoire already at this stage and not just collect. But perhaps you're going for the last?
Yes, I would like to say. I would like to say thank you. Thank you for all people who support us and help us to the tablature group here and to the MEI community and for individual persons who very, very help us, who comment us and give feedback. Yeah, and thank you very much for all of us for listening and natürlich now for discussing. And thank you very much to all E-LAUTE team. It's a great team, and I'm very proud for this team. Now we start now with the discussion. Please feel free to ask us, all of us, all in E-LAUTE project. Yeah, we would like to. Particularly, we would like to discuss the question usability of the E-LAUTE platform. I can open this platform online if you wish. Yeah, but yeah, feel free to ask every questions. We have technical tools, we have editorial conventions, we have repertoire. Yeah. All issues.
So there's a show us how to use the E-LAUTE platform. That would be great.
So I'm a Google. E-LAUTE. Yeah, it's the site of the Austrian National Library. Yo. It's published and free. Tablatures. And Encoding with edition. So we will later have, as I said, two synoptic views. For example, links you will see only Encoding, and on the right side we can see another source and compare the items from different sources. At the moment, it's only one main source visible. So we can also select. It's a little bit slowly because we are online. So you can switch. And read, and here you can zoom.
If there's an alignment, if you zoom in the facsimile in a special line?
It's our idea to do so in the future. And theoretically, if we click on one place at the facsimile, we should switch to this place in the node. This would be great.
When the audio recordings are made available, will you be able to see the transcription or the facsimile at the same time as listening to the audio, or will...
So that's the plan in the short to medium term, is to be able to see it and listen. In the long term, in future phases of the project, you saw earlier Puya's presentation about alignment of audio. You saw it aligned to MIDI there, but that MIDI is generated from the MEI, so that alignment is actually via that MIDI bridge to the MEI. So it should be possible to do things like score following, even in this view. That's a long-term aim, though.
Yes, you can click then on one measure, and then you can hear this measure in the future.
Perhaps Marc can explain why we liked to have real music recordings of one piece with a real musician playing it and not using the MIDI-generated, castrated music file.
Well, I suppose that the reason is fairly obvious to all present. Obviously, the tablature doesn't show all the information that is then transmitted if it was played live. And part of the project's idea, and what Puya presented before, was to match the natural inconsistencies, if you will, of a human player with the digital data of the tablature. The idea was, if I understand it correctly, Puya, that whatever the lutenist plays can be lined up with a digital version of the tablature, so that eventually the program can understand where the lutenist is in the tablature, even if the lutenist is using rubato or quickening the pace a bit, or stops a string earlier, or lets a string ring longer, all these things that are not encoded in the tablature itself, but that the musician brings into the field, that this can be coordinated with the digital version of our tablature, so that it can be represented here on the website. So that eventually when the audio can be played there, so the audio button is grayed out right now, if that is active and a certain piece is actually recorded, because not all of the pieces, of course, will be recorded by us. We have to record a certain amount, a certain fraction of the pieces. But those that are recorded, then you should be able to map with the tablature, or click on a bar and then you jump to the certain place in the recording where that bar is played. So that is, but it's still in the future so far. But we are working on it, or our team is working on it. Thank you, that was impressive. Having said that, we are developing the product as we're working on it. So right now we are providing recordings ourselves because we have to, partly, but as well as with the annotations to the editions and transcriptions that are open to the general public, we also invite lute players to record own versions, and that could possibly be integrated at some point, you know, if submitted. Right now what we're doing is we're trying to get a pretty standardized quality, not of the I'm not saying of the playing, but of the recording, so that it's easier to compare or listen to different examples, that the recording quality is not hugely different. So that's why Silas is using the same setup for all the lutenists. So we're trying to keep a certain consistency there, but this is still a developing thing, so we don't know where this will lead us in the future. Just saying, you know, we're open to this and it should develop.
Perhaps I may add to this, as was also one of the ideas behind this was to bridging the gap between normal people and the lute players, because when I started more than 20 years ago working on the Blindhammer manuscript, I transcribed it, of course, in Sibelius, and I heard it played, but it was shitty music. because you need really a musician playing it on the lute. And the idea to offering this on this platform as well for everybody to say, okay, this is really music, and not just transformed electronic transformed sound.
I had a question or a comment along the same lines. Obviously, having live recordings of music like this makes it immediately much, much more accessible to all kinds of people, to normal people who don't understand tablature or don't know anything about Renaissance music. So if I make this into a question, can you show us how your database at this stage is set up to give guidance to an idiot like me or someone who doesn't know anything about tablature? If you understand my question.
Yeah, so, we have database in the background of this platform, but not on all places. As I showed, metadata, for example, for each item's node or image or text, we have genre or type classification from the database, persons if available, concordances, and concordances, you can see here vocal music concordances, but also text concordances or lute music concordances. In the future, you can click on one of these items and go to the source, and you can compare the source. It will be another window. So this information comes from the database. Also related entries. Related entries mean all relationships, but not concordances. All relationships are possible. For example, a vocal model and interpolation, a different part of the dances, or fragments, or teaching as a model and teaching. You can see here a link to the text edition, as we can compare, or link to the facsimile of the source. Notation. It's we should to make a different group of notation. It's all in our database. And medium of performance, of course, it's not a lot of information at the moment. So it's metadata for this piece, and also, as I said, in the future, but until February 26, we can see here this database search. Yeah, from the database, we can search, for example, if you need genre or type or item in text incipit or the sources. I would like to show this in the database in the afternoon. From the database, we have here content of each source. With all text incipits and or the title. You can click here and go to this item. Our E-LAUTE ID for this and content type and foliation, paleography information, or even old catalog. But so audio, it's not visible now, but here you can see then audio science. Yeah, audio recordings are available. And our comments are not visible, but they are in the database. So it's content and source description. Yeah, so source description with another shell marks or linked to we make classification for function, and codicology, or for example, connection with rhythm of how this cataloging of prints of the 16th century, or Brown number, and of course the bibliography. Yeah, it's an ongoing basis, and we're working on it. And in details, I can show it at the afternoon. It's not standard Basel data. It's not focusing on composers or work. We have mentioned today open text. It's open text. It's about the relationships.
I just have a question regarding range, so regarding the lowest note in a piece and the highest note in a piece, which could be, would it be possible to also insert this sort of information? Because if we want to open up this repertoire also for other instruments, maybe perhaps for a lute player, it's not important to know this. It would be using it for a different instrument like a keyboard or even recorders or other instruments that might want to know the range of each piece. Would that be possible?
It's very ideally very nice to have another MEI scheme for organ or keyboard tablature, but we have no MEI scheme for keyboard tablature and another instruments. But it would be very nice to have it, and that work that E-LAUTE has been done. It's very sustainable. We can use it for theoretically for other instruments, for other tablatures, but we need development and further funding. Yeah.
Just to supplement, so if we were to want to encode for organ tablatures, this needs additional funding. To just determine the range itself is something that can be absolutely taken from the existing encodings automatically, and I think it's a very good idea to recover it. It's something we should do. Yes, yeah, right. So because it's computer readable, this is very easy to determine. So it's a good idea.
Thank you.
I had a question. Sorry. I really agreed with what you said about interpretation being like so important to these works, and obviously having live recordings is so much better than having MIDI. So yeah, I really liked what you said about that. In terms, just to follow that thought process in terms of interpretation of the tablature, were there any cases in those recordings where, so obviously it tells you frets and strings and things. Was there any cases where you thought, this would sound better on a different string? Where you sort of took an interpretation and went, I'll do that note, but not there. I'll do it here instead. And would that be useful to see somewhere?
So in the recording process, at some places, the students, the players, were deciding to change, for example, a note, because then they could hold a note a little bit longer. There is one, if they remember that place, they can write it into the metadata of the audio file, and it's written there that there was a change by the player. So hopefully if the player is remembering that place and didn't make this change by just playing it, then it is also recorded in the metadata. And of course, also if you don't change a note, voice leading isn't clear in tablature, and you can put much effort into holding notes longer or not, depending on your taste, depending on your interpretation. And it was also sometimes in the recording process where I heard a player play a song, and I was thinking at that place, it would be nice to have this note longer, and I said it, and they mostly did it. So yes, that's always a kind of decision and interpretation of tablature, and that's a really important thing. And if it has an effect on changing the tablature, then it's hopefully recorded in the metadata.
Silas, and what about different variants for edition for the same piece? It's not visible now on the platform. Do you like to explain it?
Well, yes. In some of the difficult sources I was editing, especially in the one I was talking about yesterday, which fell apart completely, this reconstruction is not the only one possible. So we decided in this source to have each folio a different ID, and if there are two parts on one folio, it also gets different IDs, so that one can, for the edited version, for the final piece, combine different folios, different IDs together in different ways. I was suggesting one with my edition, but of course if there will be another person editing this source, he can of course combine different IDs in a different way together and get to another edition, and that will also be possible in the future.
So in the database we have different IDs for each items, not only a whole piece, but also for the marginalia, for one measure or for one corrections, and then the editor can connect these items. Yeah. The idea is that we in the editorial panel that we in addition, you can in the future choose, you will see the variant 1 or 2 or so on. Yeah, for example here, it's a one variant, but it will be possible to show the 2 or 3 variants of the editions.
I think we have come to a little bit to the end of this E-LAUTE presentation. I still say the same as at the beginning. I'm still overwhelmed by the possibilities open now. And all this happened in the last two years only. And many ideas, for example, the last thing discussed about the recordings and the musicians doing automatically things different as seen readable in the tablature. It would be a perfect scientific standard to have documented this, make a video film of the musician played and write a document and so on. You can do many, many things with this, and we are just discovering what is possible now, and this is a very exciting moment to see what's going on. But I can say we got from these different national science foundations a lot of money, but not as much as any minor natural science project. So we're doing it with little money, and we can just dream what would have been possible with big money, but if you have any ideas about how to get it, we would. Looking forward. Okay, this perhaps is a closing mark. I would like to thank, although in the name of the E-LAUTE, all the team members. It's really wonderful to work with you, and we will continue until next year, and hopefully then in the next years. We will meet here again in 2:30. Sharp again, for something completely different, but not so different, but not only about E-LAUTE, but other things going on in the world of Tablature editions. Thank you all.